Mis queridísimos papirrines y pantuflitas, bienvenidos al casino del tío Salo. Ya saben, aquí les traigo al buen Alex, al buen Farhan. El día de hoy vamos a analizar tablas, vamos a ver todo lo que nos digan. Si tienen alguna pregunta de cómo funciona algo o para aprender de trading, por favor díganos, para eso estamos acá. Obviamente estos en vivo son un poco mezclados entre inglés y español. La razón por qué es porque ellos hablan inglés. Yo hablo español, se los junto. Entonces, si no hablas inglés del todo y estás viendo esto, espérate al fin de cada análisis que nos den estos maestros. Yo te lo voy a traducir a español para que lo tengas pendiente y listo a tu disposición. Entonces, vamos a empezar. Se ve bastante bien la cosa. Si tienes alguna pregunta de alguna acción, déjanosla aquí, por favor. Solamente una, por favor, por persona. Y para poder llegar a la mayor cantidad de personas posibles, tenemos a miles de suscriptores por acá. Estamos leyendo los comentarios de los miembros de mi canal de YouTube. Entonces, para que sepan, pero estamos haciendo el broadcast en Twitter, estamos en Facebook, estamos en YouTube y me parece que ya por el momento. Pero bueno, vamos a darle la bienvenida a estos perros. Esto va a cambiar tantito inglés y vamos a ver cómo vamos. All right, boys, welcome to the chat. How are you?
Doing good. How are you this morning?
Doing good. Good morning, guys.
Good. I mean, I'm honestly enjoying all the madness that the market is giving us right now. What are you guys looking at? What's going on before we do the Bitcoin analysis? Is there anything specifically?
Yeah, a whole bunch of uncertainty in the Middle East right now. Middle East. We don't know if it's gonna equalize or if it's gonna pop off into a hot regional war.
Yeah. No, yeah, Sam. And not only that, with the economic data, along with Kramer bullish, it's going to be a good one today. It's going to be a good one.
Let's start with the Bitcoin chart.
Don't remind me about Kramer being bullish.
I know that at the worst time ever, right? Like, what is he doing? Let's go.
Nice. Yeah, so I think it's important before we do Bitcoin to, just start with Tether, Tether dominance specifically. Many people in crypto don't watch this, but I think it's important because right now it's trying to tell us a story, and it's at an interesting point where it could be forming, a nice trend to the upside, which inherently would be terrible for crypto, specifically Bitcoin and all of them. So I'm watching this closely. We see here after this nice bottom was put in, right around the weekly closure on March 11th. Tether dominance has been on a steady uptrend, in my opinion. We see that it formed this high here, and then in my opinion this was the higher low leading to another higher high straight to resistance right at 5.93%. So currently right now on the weekly it's looking quite bullish, and I say that because we see the weeklies holding the 9. It deviated below it slightly, but now it's reclaiming it, very much like the move here. Lost it, consolidated, reclaimed it, and then we got that breakout. So what bulls essentially want to see here is they want to see Tether dominance reject. Specifically, if you were a bull here, you'd be watching the daily. You saw here yesterday where the daily perfectly rallied into the EMA 100 on the daily. This has been a nice resistance overall. We see it quick. It got reclaimed. Went to resistance, but then deviated and lost it. Yesterday, we rallied straight into it. I like how this EMA 100 is lining up with the meme line, right at 5.22%, telling me that this is a strong area for bulls and bears. If, this gets reclaimed, it's going to solidify that this is going to be strong support, whereas also this should be strong resistance. So that's something that everyone in the crypto markets, in my opinion, should be watching because this is unconfirmed. The uptrend will be confirmed though if we break the high we formed here, right around 5.89%. So then going on to Bitcoin here, let's go to the daily on this chart. I think that this shows a nice picture also because we see here that this meme line here has been basically holding and telling us about price action for a while now. The reaction where it basically lost support right at 57,500, dumped to basically exactly where this line falls to, and then that was also marked a bottom, quickly got reclaimed, and then we rallied straight up to this at high 70s, and now also here, right, as soon as price on the daily lost it, nice dump from where we lost it. is essentially was an 11.5% dump. But then, right, price quickly reclaimed it again, back tested it here yesterday. Nice reaction off it so far. So what bulls want to see is this just keep holding essentially. It would be important, right? It's been a it respects price action, and it's an area everyone, I guess, is looking at just because of where the bidding action is happening. But right, very much like what we just saw on Tether dominance on the weekly. If we go here and we throw the Bitcoin chart on the weekly, right, what we don't want to see is this turn into another weekly lower high. Right, it was basically after this low got taken out, even on a closing basis. We've had a nice rally on Bitcoin. The issue here is we just need to break, in my opinion, right here, this high at 71,906. If Bitcoin can do that, I think we're going to get an insane squeeze. I think then that also will mean that Tether dominance is basically forming a lower high where it needs to, going down, making a lower low. But until then, you're kind of seeing it's funny because this shows like the inverse relationship with Tether dominance and Bitcoin, right? We have Tether dominance potentially looking like a weekly uptrend, whereas Bitcoin right now on the weeklies slightly looking bearish with potentially a lower high, rejecting the resistance here. I hope I don't have to form another deviation signal here, signaling that it was a lower high, because, then that would mean that this low here is most likely not safe. But the hopium is right now that the weekly EMA 9 is holding. That's important, and that's what bulls want to see. Why? Because then that can most likely give the monthly the momentum it needs to sustain for the month of August. The one downside with August for bulls is usually we don't get that much volatility, and it's usually a consolidation month.
It's low volume. People
usually,
are fucking doing something else. Yeah.
Yeah, they have a life. They don't want to trade fake magic
Apparently
online. Yeah. So so that's something I'm watching basically on like the macro view on Bitcoin. If we're gonna just go into like a lower time frame, kind of see what the day looks like. Today I was looking at this hourly. The hourly was looking quite nice here. Lots of lines, but let's focus on this range here. Right, and so you can see price steadily trekked up once we reclaimed the EMA 9 on the hourly. I mentioned this on our free Discord, on Elite Trading Academy's Discord, that the hourly is looking quite nice considering the fact that stocks were dumping. But in theory, right, with Dixie going down so much like it did today, we should see, risk on have some type of bid with yields coming down as well. It should bleed in, right? That's why when we see these kind of dumps, it's interesting to me because it's sometimes markets get into a point where we don't have balance in the force, and what we're used to where it shows risk on, where what theoretically should pump markets doesn't. So ideally, right, it's interesting to see Bitcoin holding as well as it is, because you would assume that one of the most higher risk beta asset classes in the world would de-risk essentially what we see that across everywhere else. So what I was watching on the hourly now is we see that support here at 64,582, $86 is important, and we got the reaction after the EMA 9 got reclaimed on the hourly. And I like looking at the hourly, and I don't recommend this if you're not an experienced trader or just been in markets for a few months at least. But the hourly kind of shows, in my opinion, volatility nicely, especially on Bitcoin. And it can make it easy to trade off it. So currently we have the expansion where we need it. There's a nice move up. What bulls want is they want this high here. I'll just draw, another meme line here. Simply, they want this high here at 65,644 to break. They don't want this to just lead into potentially a lower high where it rolls over here. And this would be the spot right here. So this is an area, in my opinion, if we can break, we'll definitely have potentially the fuel to, break this resistance right around 66,871, which also is lining up with the H1 hourly 1 EMA 100.
It's doing an inverse head and shoulders. You see,
yeah, that's what I was about to say.
I saw you.
It's already broke above the neckline as well, and I think the measured move would be right to that moving average right there.
The EMA 100. You guys are talking about this one, yeah?
Like
I see that.
Yep.
So overall, Bitcoin's looking interesting. markets a whole are looking interesting. You know, and I think that if you're trading Bitcoin today, you should just be kind of eyeing, you know, equities and kind of seeing what Dixie's doing, just to give you more confluence on, you know, what Bitcoin could do as well. So overall, yeah, very interesting. Watch the weekly closures coming up, and yep, that's my view on Bitcoin. I'm kind of 50-50 right now. Lower time frames look like we definitely could bounce, but then when we look at the daily here, it kind of tells a different story. So ideally, my hopium for bulls is just this meme line holds.
Yeah, yeah. It feels very like one of those days where everything is so negative to start, and then we're all going to close on a green, and it's just nothing's going to make sense, and everyone's going to be caught off guard. It kind of feels like that fuckery type of day today. So
Yeah, and it reminds me about that one day. I think it was actually this day here. Yeah, it was our stream on Tuesday where we're kind of getting this sell off on stocks, risk off. You know, risk off was happening, but gold was telling us a different story, and we had that gold breakout, which then led to a nice move on Bitcoin. So let me see here. I think it was. Well, it did lead to a nice bounce. I remember. I can't. You know, let me get the exact day. Actually, it was on July 16th. Let me just see what Bitcoin did. Maybe I'm wrong. Yeah. So let me clean this up a bit. So you can see on July 16th, it reminds me of that day essentially, where, you know, gold was kind of telling us a different story. And, you know, oftentimes there's some correlation with gold and Bitcoin, or there has been. I've noticed at least since the bank failures. So it's interesting to me to see this. And we see gold. The reason I bring that up is just because gold's actually looking quite good, especially in the daily. So interesting day. Interested to hear what the HBDR and Farhan's thoughts are on Bitcoin as a whole. But yeah, very interesting day.
Nice.
Thank you, sir. Let's bring it, Farhan, so I can combine it all and just give everyone misinformation in Spanish.
The most perfect financial advice. You've never seen financial advice like this.
You've never seen financial advice like the one I give you, boys. Never, never. It's so good. It's one of the best financial advices I've ever seen. And it's what I do.
People ask me all the time, how do you find such a good financial advice? And I tell them I'm simply built different.
Let's hit it, baby.
All right, you guys see my chart?
Let's go. Yes.
All right, so I'm coming at it from a slightly different angle on the monthly on Tether dominance. Where you saw where we had this range right here, and ever since we lost it, we continued to reject the blue 9 EMA every single time. Right now, we made a little deviation below the 55. We've never had that in the entire history of Tether dominance. So it is pretty significant that we went below there and we reclaimed it. Right now, though, on the hopium for the bears who want to see Tether go down is that we are still continuing to find rejections here at this blue 9 EMA. While after this little uptrend, we made a little doji candle right here, which signals indecision right now. So right now, from what I'm getting from this is that the market is trying to figure out on Tether dominance whether it wants to go up or not. And my metric for that would be reclaiming this 9 EMA here on the monthly, which is around 5.24%. If we get a closure above that, then this would be a confirmed deviation, and we would have a targeted move somewhere around these previous highs over here, around 6.37%, which would also coincide with a nice little dump on Bitcoin. But for still technically, anywhere between this zone would still be considered another monthly lower high for Tether, where you could just roll over from there and make new lows.
It's also doing potential head and shoulders to the downside. So that's also something that's important to say on the daily.
It would have to break this neckline right here. Let me draw a horizontal line. It would have to break this neckline, and then the head and shoulders would be confirmed. And see if we can get a measured move from that.
Which would be incredible for Bitcoin.
This would be negative, so it's probably not going to play out to the severity. But if this move does play out, it probably takes us back down to these lows over here. And at this point is what I think would be if this does play out. This would be the bottoming point where I think Bitcoin would top out for the next bear market. When I switch potentially down, is there. When I switch down to the oh my bad, one more point I want to point out. Right here on the monthly, you are Tether dominance. You are getting the first ever switch from a sell signal into a buy signal in the bearish control zone. This tells you that Tether is about to bottom out and it's going to make a trending move to the upside. But once you see this on a monthly, it can take 6 months, 8 months, even 12 months to play out before it actually gives you the trending move.
Massive time frame.
And right now, you see on this previous monthly close where Tether was trending up, you do see a little bit of a shift down in momentum, which does tell you that this month you should be on the lookout for a pullback or a higher low. While momentum is still, volatility is still pointed up, supporting this move down as not being corrective, but more of an impulsive move. So what the bulls for Tether would want to see is us to reclaim this 9 EMA, and the people who want to see it go down, the bears, want to continue seeing this 9 EMA hold and get a close, any type of, this would probably work on a weekly close as well, but I would feel more comfortable on a monthly. But if you get any type of monthly close below here, then this would it would be another confirmed deviation above this 55 EMA, and at that point, I would target these lower lows again. Let's go to the weekly. The weekly right now is on an uptrend. It bottomed out here and deviated. It went below and it found it as support, and now it's going up to the 55 EMA. Ever since like we had our rally on Tether dominance in the 2022 bear market, we had a silver cross to the upside, where price was finding support at the 21 and the 55 EMA on its whole move up. Then it made this initial high here. It made a lower high right here. It made another lower high right here. That's when it started breaking down. It held support one time at the 21 EMA. Next time it broke right through it.
Balls.
Yeah, it blasted to the 55, and once it blasted to the 55, that's where the official Bitcoin bull market started in October of 2023. And it didn't find any support in any single major moving average. Went through all of them. Right now, we still technically have a silver cross to the downside. Like previously, before when we had a silver cross to the upside, every single time the major moving average is held, the silver cross was still valid. Right now, we have a silver cross to the downside, and we are finding rejection at every one of these silver cross moving averages. 21 is being rejected, 55 is being rejected. Right now, we're finding support at the 21 and the median. If we lose the median, then we'd have that previous monthly setup play out, and we would end up retesting these lows over here. But if we continue claiming the median, then we would get another test of this 55 EMA right around here. If we do get a close above here, then we have a trend shift. This silver cross is invalidated to the downside, and I would say we have a minimum target somewhere up here of 7%, which on the weekly would be a very trending move. It would be pretty bad for Bitcoin, but on the monthly, it would still be another lower high. Let me switch to one more chart I have over here. This also gives me some bias for my opinion right now. Bitcoins.
It's the Bitcoin. You guys can go and play with your Bitcoins. I love when he says that too.
Just keeps getting better over time.
But
amazing.
I need to fucking really work on it. But the fact that he goes, and you guys go and have fun with your Bitcoin. Like, what do you think we're gonna do with it? Are we is anybody rubbing their Bitcoin on their dick or something? Because I'm not.
That's not.
I haven't had that much fun with Bitcoin yet. So I guess. All right, Farhan, I'm sorry.
All right, guys, don't please ignore my little parrot in the background. For some reason, it doesn't want to shut up.
It's fucking amazing. Don't worry about it. I had a conference call once with a dude that had a what's it called? A full-on rooster, like going coo, 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 the whole time we were on the conference call, and he just kept ignoring it. So everybody was like, should we tell him something? And he just kept ignoring it. So yeah, please, this is nothing.
All right. So coming from this angle right here, this is an indicator called the pi cycle top and low indicator. Mm-hmm. It historically has always called the tops and the bottoms on Bitcoin. Like right here in the 2021 cycle, it marked the top right here. We found the high at the high moving average. Once the top was moved in, marked in, the downtrend started for the technical bear market. Like, yeah, sure. Yeah.
I'm sorry. Before you go, what exactly is the pi cycle?
So the pi cycle uses a series of moving averages, and whenever those long-term moving averages cross to a certain degree, like you have them all bunched right here, it marks the high for the cycle. And whenever those moving averages mark to the downside, it marks the low for the cycle. Theoretically, this low was right around in July of 2022 when Luna collapsed. This was supposed to, with all statistically, this should have been the low. This was the only time, and if you were to consider this a failure, not really that much, because the price went down like another 18%. So if you're buying spot and then you see price go up from here by 314%, do you really care about an 18% move to the downside?
No, who gives a shit? But
in my
every
opinion,
weekend sold.
in my opinion, this is still valid.
Yeah.
But once we marked this low, we found resistance at these previous moving averages, which we had as support before on the uptrend. And this was around when the FTX collapse happened. We ended up getting like a little bit of a consolidation zone here, where everybody was getting bearish. Everybody was calling for $12,000, $9,000. Some people were even saying they were going to fill the gap at $3,500.
I thought I was one of those people, sadly, and he didn't.
I was thinking 12,000. I had bids at 12,000, which never filled. But once we reclaimed these moving averages in January of 2023, we found resistance at this red one, and we based off of these major moving averages. And then March of 2023 was is officially when we started our the beginning of the bull market, but not the parabolic move. That's when we got this move up from around. We had the bank correction around down to $19,000, and we had that move. Yeah, we had that move up to the 30s, where we moved up. We found some consolidation zone here in the summer. We ended up deviating below them for a little bit and then quickly reclaimed them. And the second we reclaimed them, we ended up going on a huge parabolic move. It was like from here to here around 160 to 171%. And every single time we found support at these moving averages, which also coincidentally lines up with this fib that I drew here at the golden pocket right here. We ended up finding support here, and then we had a huge move up to the high moving average at around this was around the $72 to $73,000 zone. But notice we did not have these moving averages cross, so you did not get a top signal. We moved down.
So that's why you haven't gotten that. Okay, now I understand.
So we moved down. We deviated below this green moving average like we usually go to on the corrections. We quickly reclaimed it, and now we're finding support at this top moving average right here, which is at $64,000 and $64,500. And now from here, if this does continue to hold, and we are bouncing at the 62.8% Fibonacci zone. If we get a close anywhere above this line right here, then I would target this previous high moving average, which goes up with every weekly closure. Right now, it's situated somewhere around $99,400. Another thing, on the other hand, you look at the RSI. Everybody knows what an inverse head and shoulders in the price action. Very few people pay attention to it on the RSI. You have a little bit of an inverse head and shoulders, shoulder right here, shoulder right here, and a shoulder right here. Our neckline is going to be somewhere between this zone. As long as this continues to hold, this inverse head and shoulders is valid, and we would have a measured move from there. And that would be to around, let's see. Did I do this wrong?
I see the bull hopium still strong, quite strong in you.
I'm right now leaning about like 60% bullish.
Yeah. I mean, the fact that it hasn't fallen right now with everything else, it's crazy.
And that will give us a measured move perfectly to the edge of the bullish critical zone. The only way that this is valid and confirmed is that we want to see a close above the bullish control zone to confirm it. And thankfully, with this RSI, it would tell you what that price would have to be. Right now, to break into the bullish control zone, the price would have to break $69,500, and then that would activate this measured move. And it also tells you what price would have to be to hit the bearish critical zone, the target of our inverse head and shoulders. And that would be on the weekly over here at $104,500. If we get a local low here, though, this whole thing would be invalidated, a close below here, and then we would target the middle zone. And in that case, we can apply the same move to the downside. And that would basically take us to the edge of the bearish control zone. Because the way the head and shoulders and both inverse head and shoulders works is you have a measured move on when it's confirmed, and when it fails, you have that same measured move in the opposite direction.
So, okay. And why is that? So that you basically, if it fails, it turns around. You're basically saying
because everybody was bidding this, everybody was watching that, and everybody was bidding it for that inverse head and shoulders.
Got it.
The reason why I like head and shoulders and inverse head and shoulders and patterns on RSI is because not nearly as many people are watching these as people who are watching it on the price action.
Yeah, no one.
So it tends to play out with a higher degree of hit rate.
I see.
patterns in the chart are like a 60, sometimes 65% hit rate. The patterns on the RSI are closer to a 75 to 80% hit rate. Then we go down here. We have the Joule indicator right here, which was previously on the, ever since around April of 2024 when we put in our top. We've had a sell signal here. We've been going down. We've been getting a little bit of a bounce and then failing again. Right now, we're getting that again. We're losing the sell curvature. We're starting to flip back upwards. So this would tell you at the very least you would get some type of pity bounce before you would test this resistance here. And if we were bearish, we would continue to roll over. What's giving me confluence with this, that I think that we would get maybe a lower high in continuation, is based off of this indicator down here, which is called the hash ribbons indicator. This is the only fundamental indicator in Bitcoin that I think actually matters or makes any type of difference at all. Usually fundamentals are mostly bullshit. It comes down to price action. But with this, how this works is based off of the price action. So every single time you have this green zone is when after you get the miner capitulation, like the miners, when they're selling their coins, you get this capitulation signal. You can mark every single vertical line where you get a capitulation signal, and then it switches to a blue buy signal right here. The blue buy signal usually indicates that the last previous weekly closing low we had, we will never get a closing low below that ever again. And we can mark it off in Bitcoin's history every single time that's happened. We had this happen right here. Got a buy signal, capitulation zone ended. We had one right here. It's happened multiple times in Bitcoin's past. I'll draw it off for you and then count it out. And then you guys can see how powerful this buy signal is.
Yeah. I think I've on the last cycle, I was paying close attention to this, but I didn't fully understand it. Now, like looking back, looking at this is completely different. Now I understand what the fuck you're talking about, which is interesting.
Back then, I didn't really know what the fuck I was talking about either, so it's all good. Okay, so we have how many instances of this playing out? One, two, 3, 4, 5, 6,
7.
A little bit of one right here. I'll just mark it off. 6, 7, 8 in the instances on the weekly in Bitcoin's past. Okay. Let's go back to the beginning and look at the price action for every single time that happened. We had a low signal over a buy signal over here. Our previous weekly low was over here at $5,873. We went into a capitulation zone. We never went back to this level ever again. The next one right here, our previous closing low was $8,710 to never be closed again, ever again. Right here, we had a buy signal over here. Our previous closing low was $10,666, never to be tested ever again. We have one right here. Our previous, this is one of the only ones that has ever failed. Out of an eight times, the only times that it has ever failed is twice. So you would have a 2 out of 8 hit rate. And that would give us, let's see, I can't really do the math.
It's like 70%.
Yeah, about 70 to 75% hit rate, I believe.
Yeah. So
we had this, we had a buy signal over here in 2021. Our previous closing low was $31,750. We had a nice bounce over here, and then we had another buy signal over here. We ended up retesting this low in 2022, but and then we closed below it. So this was the first failure on this setup. The second time that it fired off, though, was over here in beginning of 2023, and it marked our previous low. I believe it was this one right here on the FTX collapse at 16,330.
Never seen it again.
We came to test it a little bit, but we never got a closing low below it ever since then. And the way this hash ribbons indicator works is that it doesn't tell you that you will never go back down to that low, but it tells you with a high degree of probability that you will not close below that low. So it tells you that once you get to that area, it would be an opportunity zone for maximum financial gain. As you see, when it hit this, it never tested it again, and it kept going close below it again, and it kept going back up. Next time we got it was in summer of 2023 when we had that little consolidation zone. Our low before that was around $25,900. We came back, we retested it a couple times. We never got a close below it, and we ended up going straight from there back to that pi cycle high around $73,000. Right here, oops, I just changed my fibs.
There you go.
Right here, we just fired this buy signal off again, right here in July of 2024. Our previous closing low is $55,840. If statistics holds, maybe we retest this level, but we would not statistically get any type of close below this ever again. For if we do get a close below this, every single time we've gotten a close below that, it follows with a 40 to 50% dump. So that would tell us if we get a close below this, this cycle is most likely over. And from here, we can get like a little bit of a move where we can get an idea. Or at the very least, it would take us down to this moving average down here at a 41% loss, like we have been doing every single time previously, which would be around $32,000. And at that point, I would be very comfortable saying this bear market is in, and Bitcoin is not going to see prices around $60,000 probably for the next year and a half.
Yeah.
But for now, all of these signals are pointing me in towards the bullish direction for about like 60-65% based on all of these fundamental indicators, based on this price indicator, based on the volatility being the lowest it's ever been, while we're starting to get an upward curvature. Every single time over here where we started to get these upward curvatures, volatility was pretty high. Right now, we're finally reclaiming the moving average. It's finally starting to expand. Every single time we've had a volatility expansion on the monthly. Here's what's
that's weekly though.
Oh, the weekly, my bad. Every single time we've had an expansion on the weekly, this is what happened with the price. Right here, we had an expansion. We had price going up from, this was the summer of beginning of 2024. We ended up having price go up 71% after that volatility expansion. We had volatility expansion right here in October of 2023. Price went up around another 64% on that volatility expansion. We had volatility expansion right here where volatility started going up. We had a price move of 80%. So as you can see, they're all roughly the same number, between 70 to 80% price moves on every single time volatility has reclaimed the moving average and started expanding. And we have that over here as well.
Well, you're starting with it.
Yeah, we started it right here when we reclaimed the moving average, and now we're well above it. We could like come back down to it and find some support, but if we like every single times right here, right now it's considering how low it is, I think it's more likely to expand to the upside first before we go back down for a volatility contraction zone. Right here, we have the same inverse head and shoulders that we pointed out before, which gave us that target of that bullish control zone. Let's switch to the HPDR indicator though and go look at that.
Let's go. I love having all your fancy indicators here for free. I'm sorry.
HPDR is by far my favorite indicator I've ever used of all time. If I had to only one, I would only use that one.
I can tell.
So we look at the monthly on Bitcoin. Let's go to the index. As you see on the monthly on Bitcoin, every single time it's been above the red 5 EMA, we've been on our trending moves up. This bull market, as long as we held the 5 EMA, we were on our move up. As soon as we lost it, we immediately had the 50% crash where we went down to $30,000. Same thing in the second move up in the other half of 2021. We reclaimed it quickly, had a huge move up. We had a rejective high right here. We put in a shooting star candle, which signals reversal. The next candle close, we closed below the red 5 moving exponential moving average, and we dumped from there from $46,000 all the way down to $15,700 or $15,500. Right around January of 2023 was when we first reclaimed it, and we moved up from there from around $16,000 all the way up to the lower 30s. We lost it for a little bit on the August and summer consolidation zone of 2023, but we quickly reclaimed it on the next close, and we had a massive move up to $73,000. Right now, in this zone of consolidation for the past March to August, so about past 5 months, we've been finding support every single time here at this 5 exponential moving average. This previous close is what I would consider, because the way I do my system is I use closures to confirm trend. If I don't get a close and I get a wick, I don't consider that to be confirmed.
A real move, yeah.
And the way that my system works, based off of the wicks, like if we were to wick below it right here, this 2021 when we broke down, we ended up finding support here. This has been support like since here. It's been a major level. And when we moved down in May of 2024 on the geopolitical conflict between Iran and Israel, we moved all exactly down to this level. And then we had to move back up into the lower $70,000 area. Everybody was thinking this low is in. They had their stop losses here, and we move up from there. If we lose this, it's over, and we're going to go down. Everyone was targeting around $44,000 to $45,000. On this move last month, we had a impulsive move down where we moved down very quickly, took out all of these stop losses here, and we ended up going back up. Not only did we close above all of these liquidity zones, but we also closed above the 5 EMA.
Yep.
For me, for my system, I would consider this a swing failure pattern, where you went below the previous liquidity, took all of that liquidity there, and ended up closing green, while forcing everybody else who got stopped here to end up being forced to buy in higher once the price reaches this previous resistance right here. And coincidentally, this resistance zone lines up exactly with the median right here, the median on the HPDR, which is around $67,900 to $68,000. Every single time we've had a close above the median, we've had huge moves up. But on the other hand, it doesn't like to be below the median either. Every single time we've been below the median and we did not quickly reclaim it, we've had massive dumps, like dumps to the tune of like 40 to 50%.
Yeah, I'm seeing.
So at the very least, if we don't reclaim it on this monthly closure, we are almost certainly coming down to this level here, 38.2% level. Probably get a little bit of a bounce over here, and at that point, I think we would retest this zone, reject it, and come down towards that same 30,000 area we saw on the previous pi cycle indicator.
Yep.
Right now, I'm thinking that I'm slightly leaning towards the bullish side, about 55, 60%, maybe 65%. But I want to see bulls do a big move this month, or I think their time is over and the ball's back into the bears' court, and we're going to have an extended consolidation for maybe 6 months or 8 months before we see another try for $70,000. But right now, I'm liking how the monthly is forming. I like how we this monthly we came down and we put in a little wick over here at the 5 EMA, and we've still been holding it. The thing on the other hand that I don't see, which I don't like to see, which lines up with bulls not being able to reclaim the zone by the end of the month, is that the monthly jewel will confirm a sell signal at that point. And
wow.
Yeah.
So if you're not above 68,000, basically,
by the end of the month,
by the end of the month, we're kind of fucked.
Then monthly is going to confirm a jewel sell signal, and I'll mark off in price every single time we've done that.
Got it. Damn.
Yeah. Very clean, bro.
Yeah.
You guys see VIX right now? I mean,
excellent fucking job. Let's see it.
Yeah.
Oh, it's only up 31%. It's not a big deal.
Nothing to see here. No cause of concern.
Nothing to see here, boys.
Here's every time we've had a sell signal, confirmed sell signal in the jewel. We had one here at the top of 2017. We ended up moving down a nice 81%. No big deal. We had another one right here where we started to confirm into a sell signal. We had like a nice little bit of a move up, which ended up being a bear trap. Rejected all of this resistance right here, and that's when we had our COVID dump. Like, sure, people can consider it as a black swan, but the indicators were telling you that it was bearish right here. Well, momentum was headed down, volatility was headed up, and the jewel was giving a sell signal. And then we ended up having a quick 60% dump. We had it right here at the top in 2021. The jewel started giving us a monthly sell signal. We dropped.
That was like
just a quick 55%.
Oh, 55. just a super quick 55%.
Yeah, no big deal. We had it over here where we started to confirm a monthly sell signal. This was after the at the end of 2021 when we rejected $69,000 and had put in this top candle. From there, we retested this top resistance from the 2021 cycle high. Rejected it, and the jewel started to flip to a sell signal. From there, we dropped another 72 to 73%.
That's the one I remember. Yeah. Okay.
So right now we're getting the starting of the sell signal like here. This will for certainly be confirmed if we do not close this month above 78K, and at that point, I would say that we're most likely statistically going down to that. On the previous setup, that red moving average around $32,000 to $35,000. But the other thing you have to remember is that these moves take out a good amount of time to play out because it's on the monthly chart, and that moving average does rise with each close. So there is a possibility by the time that if it does give you a sell signal, that moving average would be somewhere around $40,000 to $45,000 for everybody who's looking for on this move right here. But that we won't know until we see the monthly closure. But for now, based on all of those statistical setups and the fundamental setups, I'm leaning a little slightly towards the bullish side.
Nice. Very nice. Alex, you want to share quickly whatever you wanted to share, whatever you were sharing before?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, so this is the VIX. This just measures the volatility kind of across stocks. It's not bullish. I mean, it's not a bullish sign for risk on to see this, kind of like holding this line, reclaiming it, and then breaking out. I mean,
and making it like a legit higher high, like no fucking bullshit here. The first one that it's made in a while, dude. Look,
I don't know. I'm quite cautious today now. I mean, I just think that when I see Bitcoin consolidating, it often people will think it looks strong, like how I mentioned, but when I just looked at some Forex pairs, I'm seeing a different story here. I'm seeing Bitcoin.
Look at the Russell, dude.
Yeah,
4% down.
It's just not looking good across the board. And when we're seeing Bitcoin consolidate like this, and kind of it's holding and it's doing what it needs to do. Oftentimes, what we can see here is like when we go to like some Forex pairs, we see Euro, right? Hit my line perfectly. We got the expansion up. Now going to resistance, whereas Dixie is heading to support, where we see Bitcoin doing nothing. So like when I see this, it's like,
yeah, it's suspicious as fuck, right?
What's Dixie gonna do what's Bitcoin gonna do when Dixie bounces from major support? So
hopefully nothing.
Something to keep in mind. Yeah, hopefully, right? Hopefully nothing. But then VIX is telling us a totally different story. So. And then, okay, well, whatever. But then when we go to ES, it's like, yeah, it's nuking right now. So,
dude, ES, NASDAQ, they're
and even Nvidia too. A great gauge on risk on. It doesn't look good. It looks like it just did a bearish retest on the daily. Now has a lot of momentum to go down. Yeah. So something to keep in mind overall. And this is all just like micro daily, but can just bleed into certain things like the tether dominance. So thought that was interesting. Haven't seen a 30% day plus on VIX in a long time.
Yeah, it's been a very long time.
Dixie real quick. I didn't go to Dixie.
Do it up.
Here's what I have on Dixie. I had this this range right here. This is the top of the range, the bottom, and the middle of the range. Where back in the beginning of the bull market in Bitcoin, around October of 2023, when equity started flying, Bitcoin started flying, we went down to the bottom of the range, got a little bit of a silver cross to the downside. Then right in January 2024, when Bitcoin corrected a little bit, we had to move up, and the silver cross was negated. We moved up, we tested this 50% zone, we went down, made a higher low, deviated below this middle zone, quickly reclaimed it, and went back to test the top, and we had a silver cross at the upside. This silver cross has been holding ever since April of 2024, where Bitcoin topped at around $73,000, and it's been holding it as support ever since then. Right now, we just lost that silver cross. Silver cross has just been invalidated, and we're currently below this middle zone right here. While at the same time, we're getting heavy momentum to the downside, and we're getting volatility supporting it, and we're getting a sell signal on the jewel. Let's mark every time we've had the sell signal on the jewel on the weekly. Every single time we've had it, it's major dumps that follow. This one over here was 5.6%, which is pretty huge for US dollar.
Yeah.
We had it right here.
I think that was not that bad.
We ended up dropping. No, this one wasn't too bad. This one was about like 1.25%. And then over here, we had it right here. And so far, we're down from this sell signal. We are down about 1.3%. While this is momentum is still going down. Momentum is lower than it was at this point, while price is also lower. So there's no possibility for hidden bullish divergence here either. What we would need is a lower, to confirm any type of bullish divergence for a reversal, we would need a lower low on price action while the volatility makes a higher low. So at the very least, that gives me bias that Dixie is going to continue to make a lower low. So we can form some type of bullish divergence to make a bottom, because price is almost always a bottom on bullish divergence. We go up to the monthly. On the monthly, we're at a very critical support right here at the median, which lines up with this previous line at 103.39. Right now, we're still below it, and we're getting a lot of weakness. We're getting momentum flipped heavily to the downside. We've lost this support moving average, but on the other hand, volatility is going down as well. which gives you a target of the median, which right now we've already hit it. And we're getting on the jewel to starting to flip from a buy signal to a neutral signal, which if the weekly setup plays out, that will bleed up into the monthly setup, and this would give us a sell signal as well. And let me remove these lines and mark some fresh ones on the monthly. And we'll see that every time we've had a monthly sell signal on the jewel.
That must be as strong as fuck.
Had it right there in November of 2022, literally the bottom of the equities market.
Yep.
And Bitcoin. We had it right here, November of 2019.
Bitcoin.
Don't worry, I won't let Elizabeth Warren touch your Bitcoins.
That stupid hoe. Okay.
Here's on the monthly where every time we had a confirmed sell signal. We dropped 11% after this one here.
Shit.
And 11% for a major currency is fucking insane.
Yeah. I would say the biggest currency in the world, right?
Yeah. Right here, we dropped almost 9%. So every time we get these confirmed signals, we end up getting a pretty significant move. Just right now, we don't have it confirmed. It's on the edge. It's sitting right on the shit line. If it does hold here, this is probably going to be the next high or low, and then we're going to target, very likely break this previous high, and we would retest these highs of 2022, and that would coincide with the bear thesis for equities and Bitcoin, where the corrective, not necessarily bear market, but long-term corrective market would be in.
God damn. God damn. Thank you. Thank you. Let me share with everyone so that everybody's up to date on everything that we just looked at. Bueno, para empezar, voy a empezar con el VIX, porque tienen que ver lo que estamos presenciando en este momento. Estoy poniéndolo en mi tabla semanal. Estamos creando sin problemas. Esta es la primera vez que estamos creando un nuevo alto, no un alto más bajo como lo hemos visto en el pasado. El VIX está explotando 37%, 38% hace un segundo a la alza. Estamos viendo los índices grandes 2.5% abajo, el SP500 rompiendo soporte importante. De nuevo, esta es una tabla semanal. El NASDAQ 3.16% abajo, rompiendo una vez más soporte también a la alza. El Dow Jones va a ir a buscar esta línea que voy a extender rápidamente. Probablemente la vaya a buscar a la baja. ¿Y qué les digo? Bueno, el Russell 2000 está a punto de regresar a la zona de origen, menos 4%. El dólar colapsando, aunque se ha recuperado, llegó a tocar... No. Dude, the DXY touched 101 already? Today?
Let me see here.
What the fuck? No, that was not today. No, okay, this is not. That was just an illusion. Okay, thank you. Sorry. No, bueno, creí que el dólar había tocado el 101 y ya estaba muy preocupado, pero no. Seguimos aquí en el 103 y el dólar va a ir a buscar efectivamente por acá este nivel del 101.3. Eso se ve pésimo. ¿Creen que esas son malas noticias? Quiero que volteen a ver todo esto que está en rojo, menos en las 7 magníficas. El único que está arriba es Apple. Entonces, un saludo al imbécil en Twitter que me dijo que hay que hacerle un short a Apple. Es lo único que está en verde es Apple. Ok, seguimos para abajo. Y aquí es donde está brutal esto. Los bonos, y ahorita me regreso a Bitcoin, a todo lo que nos dijeron. Bono a 10 años colapsó 3.8%, ha estado en 3.79% el día de hoy. 30 años colapsando a 4.1%, pero vean la velocidad de la caída en el de 2 años, 5.76% para abajo, ha visto el 6%, cayendo al 3.8% y casi desinvirtiéndose del 10 años por primera vez. Y aquí tienes el 1 año en 5.21, cayéndose también de esta línea de soporte que había aguantado por cuánto tiempo. Pero bueno, suficientemente interesante tenemos aquí a Bitcoin en la diaria. Lo que nos cuentan Alex y Farhan básicamente a este punto es 60-40, Farhan completamente más alcista que bajista. Alex está por ahí del 50-50. Yo también estoy 50-50 en este momento, que es irrelevante como esté yo, da igual. Pero importantes cosas que estamos viendo. Lo primero que habíamos analizado por acá es la dominancia de USDT, la dominancia de Tether. Porque recuerden, si esto sube, es como si el dólar subiera y eso quiere decir que cripto va bajando. Y estamos en una tendencia alcista. Alex lo pone acá, literalmente. Esto es la semanal, recuerden. pueden claramente ver cómo estamos en una tendencia alcista en la dominancia de Tether. Vamos a intentar buscar arriba el 5.9%. Si esto llega a romper el 5.9%, que es este buen nivel acá, si llegamos a romper aquí, muy probablemente estés ya presenciando una caída gloriosa de Bitcoin y de todas las criptos que te puedas imaginar. Eso sería por esta zona rompiéndola. Pero también podemos ver, está jugando tal vez un hombro, cabeza, hombro a la baja, ¿no? Cabeza, y acá tendrías que hacer algo así y podrías empezar a buscar esto. El movimiento nos llevaría a un número negativo, si es que se da y lo medimos, por lo que probablemente no vaya a caer tanto, pero existe esa posibilidad para todos los que son alcistas con Hopium, ahí lo tienen. Estamos viendo la dominancia de Bitcoin, un poco hacer tope acá, tal vez no romper este alto, eso sería también muy malo. Y a Bitcoin en sí, lo estamos viendo aquí en la semanal, aguantar. Vimos que no rompimos estos bajos del 53,500 que habíamos logrado por acá, pero como dice Alex, ¿no? Estamos ¿qué? Haciendo, un segundito que está trabado esto, estamos haciendo ¿qué? Estos son altos más bajos y lo que no queremos es que este sea un alto más bajo. Básicamente, y poniendo un poco el análisis junto de lo que nos platicaron Farhan y Alex, lo que yo diría es, si no tenemos un cierre arriba de los 69,500, ¿no? Para la vela del mes, lo voy a poner en la mensual para que lo puedan ver así rápidamente potente. Si no tenemos un cierre arriba de los 69,500 en esta vela para fin de mes, probablemente vamos a seguir esta tendencia que va a la baja. La pueden ver aquí arriba, la pueden ver acá, en esta línea roja, y también lo pueden ver en el maldito canal en el que está esta cosa. Así que estamos literalmente en el edge del abismo, cosas que revisamos con Farhan. Habíamos visto varios indicadores de venta y varios indicadores que está usando. En el Pi Cycle, lo que nos estaba diciendo, el Pi Cycle es voy a ir a poner rápido esto con un poco de mi cara también para que disfruten. Ahí está, no, espérame. En esta, one second. There you go. No, with my chart, so you guys don't have to worry about this. The fuck am I doing? I'm going to hide you in a second. One second. Ok. De esta tabla que estamos viendo en este momento de Bitcoin, estamos platicando el Pi Cycle. ¿Qué es el Pi Cycle? Pi Cycle básicamente son los SMAs, EMAs combinados, si lo quieren ver así. Son esas banditas que literalmente se los prendo para que lo puedan ver acá. Estas bandas son diferentes tipos de métricas que son fijas en el ciclo de Pi, ¿no? Creo que se dice así en español. Y normalmente lo que pasa es cuando en un Pi Cycle llegas a un bajo, normalmente no rompes ese bajo nunca más. Ahorita en este momento lo que estamos viendo es, estamos llegando un poco a la parte de arriba, pero si no podemos pasar esto, nos dice y nos indica esto que tenemos un 40-50% de probabilidades. Si no podemos romper a la alza el número que les dije, los 69,500 en esta vela mensual, que es de aquí a fin de agosto, todavía hay bastante tiempo para la gente que se me va a preocupar. De aquí a fin de agosto, muy probablemente tengamos una corrección hasta los $32,000. Ese tipo de cosa existe y es lo que estamos viendo en este momento. Vamos a ver cómo aguanta Bitcoin. Algo interesante que estaba diciendo Alex es, no me gusta ver todos los índices empezar a caer. Déjenme ajusto y voy a ponerlo en la semana, en la diaria para que tengamos una buena perspectiva. No me gusta ver este tipo de caídas, sobre todo ya creando gaps. Pueden ver aquí probablemente, ven dónde se está juntando el EMA 100 junto con esta línea de tendencia. Muy probablemente ahí hay confluencia, por lo que vayas a buscar un rebote. Me gusta cuando 2, 3 cosas se juntan. Pero bueno, lo que está diciendo Alex es, no le gusta ver este tipo de caídas en los índices, ¿no? No le gusta ver este tipo de caídas en el dólar. No le gusta ver este tipo de caídas en los bonos, ¿no? Como lo estamos viendo acá o como lo estamos viendo por acá. Y ver a Bitcoin simplemente quedarse acá. Esto para mucha gente, porque está recargando en el EMA 100, lo pueden ver en la diaria. Es que qué potente es mi nuevo mouse. Lo pueden ver aquí en la diaria. Se está recargando en el EMA 100. Ahorita ya vamos a ir con todas sus preguntas. Disculpen, es que hay muchas cosas que están pasando en este momento en el mercado. Increíble lo que estamos viendo el día de hoy. Historia Creo que esto va a ser histórico. En el EMA 100 vamos a ver si nos puede aguantar, pero si no, lo que nos preocupa es que esto esté consolidando precio aquí, no se esté moviendo cuando tienes un factor tan potente como el mismo dólar cayendo así. Cuando tienes eso, no estás armando casi nada de sentido. Y una cosa de la que se había platicado en este canal, damas y caballeros, antes del casino del tío Salo, es cuando el peso dólar hace movimientos de este calibre, cabrones, de este calibre, ¿no? Como el que habíamos visto aquí, hay algo malo que está pasando. Y aquí tenemos los movimientos y estamos a punto de romper y treparnos en el SMA 200, que está aquí, es el morado. Si logramos hacer eso, si nos trepamos acá, esto se va a volver una fiesta alcista loquísima y vamos a volver a ver lo que vimos en el 2011, en el 2008, como pueden ver acá, ya lo tenía circuladito, o en el 2020, que pueden ver acá, déjenme lo circulo para que lo tengan fresco. Así que si vemos eso, cada una de esas ocasiones ocurrió una mega bajada en todo lo que es básicamente riesgo. Así que tenemos que estar bastante atentos. All righty, my boys. I'm going to bring you back on, get rid of my chart. Just going to these. Wait, no, that's weird. There you go.
Nice.
There you go. So I'm still playing with this shit. All right, so let's get into the questions for everyone and from everyone right here on the chat. Let's start. This is a pretty good question. A lot of people, I see them wondering about this. I've myself learned through you guys because I get to chat with you every single fucking day on text messages. So I get to ask you all these questions directly, thank God. But I understand where the question comes from. Question: when the price reclaims the 9 EMA in a certain time frame, how many candles should it close above it to confirm the move and have a high probability?
So for me, I like to if I'm feeling extremely aggressive and it's on a high time frame, I'll open like a very small position on one close, but I won't take the full position until I see 2 or 3 closes. Because a lot of times on the fake out moves, you'll get one close and the next close, you'll immediately lose it again.
Yeah. Oh, that makes a lot of sense. That's really smart. I'm glad you said it out loud. Now I can copy you then. Sorry, I just learned from you. Okay, go ahead, Alex.
Yeah, no, same basically. It just depends on the higher time, like the time frame I'm looking at. If it's a higher time frame, like a daily, we'll say, you know, I might start bidding it if we reclaim or even like a 12 hour and up, let's say. I might start bidding it once we get that closure, right? It's real simple. Then if we lose it, cool, I just will close it. Or, right, if a 12 hours reclaiming the EMA 9, that then probably means that the hourly, the 2 hour, the 4 hours already reclaimed it. Yeah. Therefore, then I already have my metric on, okay, if like, let's say the 4 hours starts losing it, I'm now more cautious. I'm more in that realm of, okay, I'm going to start looking closely. But right, if we're just trading on like an hourly, like today, where we had that, you know, set up on the hourly, I like doing 2 closures. 2, if you're trying to be conservative, 3 is nice, because it's usually, well, what you usually see happen on Bitcoin, at least, is like, let's say the hourly will reclaim the 9, just like Farhan will say, people will start bidding that, thinking they have an easy trigger, and then what will happen is we'll just totally deviate it, leading into a trap. And then all those longs that kind of were impatient in the sense they didn't wait for like 2-3 closures are now trapped, and then we deviate below and you have to sell for a loss. So on lower time frames, it's a lot more loose, like an hourly, 2 hour, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I really like the 12s and up though on front running it and I start bidding personally when I get just one, because, you know, like I mentioned, you know, you have all those lower time frames supporting the thesis already. So you have a lot more data to work with. Whereas when you have just like the hourly doing it, maybe the 3 minute and the 15 minute have reclaimed it. So that's kind of how I like to play them.
Very nice. I appreciate you, boys. Let me just explain that here and put a little my graph. Probably, I think I'm gonna start with let me see what the fuck is going on here. Wow. Oh, sorry. I'm old. Ok, pregunta Edgar Barrios. Una pregunta. Cuando el precio retoma por encima del EMA 9 en una cierta temporalidad, ¿Cuántas velas tengo que esperar para ese cierre para confirmar que hay una probabilidad alta de que se va a quedar ahí y va a seguir? Para la gente que no sepa de lo que está hablando Edgar, estas líneas son los EMAs y SMAs. La línea verde que estás viendo acá es el EMA 9, que es el que está justamente preguntando Edgar D. Y lo que se refiere con retomar el nivel es cuando ves la línea verde, como cuando el precio lo vuelve a retomar, como en esta zona. Puedes ver aquí claramente cómo el precio sube en esta zona y retoma esto con este cierre. Este cierre es arriba, porque esta vela cerró mucho más arriba de la línea verde. Cuando lo ves, puedes ver estos movimientos a la alza. Normalmente eso es lo que pasa. Y la pregunta que tiene Edgar es, ok, ¿cuándo empiezo a tomar esto en serio? Lo que dice Alex y lo que dice Farhan es sencillo. Dicen, una vez que yo vea en temporalidades altas, que es una temporalidad alta, diaria, semanal, mensual, 2 días, 5 días, pero empiezas a jugar con las 12 horas, con la de 12 horas. Y puedes ser un poco agresivo en la de 12 horas, puedes ver cómo lo estás perdiendo acá, en la de 12 horas con el precio de Bitcoin. En la de 12 horas es donde empiezan. Si retomo esta vela, si retomo este nivel y cierro, tengo un cierre, eso quiere decir que el día acaba. Ven acá como dice 9 horas con 4 minutos. Cuando cierre esto, estoy encima de la línea roja, que tendría que ser verde para el ejemplo del EMA 9. Si cierra arriba de la línea verde, eso es lo que cuenta como un cierre positivo encima de la línea y retomando el nivel. Eso es lo que cuenta. Está preguntando Edgar, ¿cuántas veces tiene que cerrar para yo sentirme cómodo con esto, para poder agarrar el subidón o el bajadón? Depende del cierre que tengas, ¿no? Si estás perdiendo el nivel o si lo estás ganando. Y lo que dice Alex y Farhan es, les gusta ver la temporalidad de 12 horas. Tienes un cierre ahí, al cierre ponen la primera entrada. ¿Pero qué esperan? Tienes que básicamente esperarte a lo que estás buscando es esperar a ver otro cierre y otro cierre encima de eso. Entonces, tienes una posición, la vas a dividir en 3. La primera entrada es en las 12 horas, no en la diaria, en la de 12 horas, y esto es lo que hacen estos degenerados. Ustedes lo pueden hacer en la diaria para que sea menos riesgo. Te metes en 12 horas, ves el cierre, le metes y pones un stop loss arriba de, ¿no? Para no perder eso. Depende a qué lado le estés apostando, pero digamos que le estás apostando a que va para arriba. Entonces, pones un stop loss. ¿Por qué? Es importante porque hay muchas veces que te hace el fake out del mercado. Entonces, te da el nivel, te dice, ve, cerré aquí arriba, ve qué chido, todos nos vamos para arriba. La gente va, pone su dinero, pierde el nivel y se va para abajo. Y ahí es donde agarran a la gente. Entonces, es importante poner un stop loss para poder mitigar tus pérdidas ahí y que sea, pues, es mi primera entrada de apuesta. Tienes el segundo cierre, ¿no? Después de otras 12 horas o después de un día, depende de qué temporalidad estás viendo, tienes otro cierre encima, incrementas tu posición manteniendo bien apretado tu stop loss, para detener tus pérdidas. Tienes un tercer cierre de eso, perfecto. Ahora, claramente puedes ver temporalidades más bajas. Si estás tradeando la de 12 horas y tienes ese cierre, volteas a ver la de 1 hora, 2 horas y lo pierdes, muy probablemente lo va a perder en la temporalidad grande. Entonces es bueno poder darte esa idea. Pero si lo tienes en la temporalidad grande, muy probablemente es que te esté diciendo en las temporalidades más cortas que ya esté encima de. Así que lo puedes empezar a checar así. Es lo que pregunta Edgar. Perfecto. All right, boys. Big question here. Solana. And who's going to do this while I pee?
Let's check out salamis. I can run the chart.
Do the salamis, baby.
Awesome. Let me just pull this up. 1 second. I have so many on my watch list.
I keep forgetting to unmute myself.
It's traditions now.
Okay,
Traditions.
Oh, here it is. All right, cool. So yeah, we're gonna start with our favorite pair first, the Sol BTC pair.
Wait a second. There you go.
Yeah, nice. Cool.
All righty. I'll be right back. I'm listening to you. Hopefully you won't listen to.
Awesome. So here we have Sol Bitcoin. I think I always like looking at the Bitcoin pairs before I look at an altcoin, especially like Solana. And we were analyzing this basically on Tuesday, talking about how it was looking quite good. The fact that it was above, basically reclaimed the daily MA9, was holding it nicely, had that move up, even broke resistance here, had the nice candle. above. So now what we wanted to see, if you were bullish, was some consolidation. Unfortunately, that didn't happen. We're not holding where we wanted to see hold, and it's looking like a deviation here, very much like this move was. This is basically an SFP on the daily, in my opinion. You had that nice move up, tried to reclaim, and it did hold for a moment, for many closures, right? But it could not keep it. And now we're getting that deviation. And almost like it didn't hit the resistance exactly, miss it just by a hair. But we see here now that I believe we're now seeing the EMA 21 act as resistance, which signals weakness to me, because it couldn't even go back above the 21 to hit the 9, along with meme line resistance. So that's what Sol BTC looks. If we go here and we look at Sol USDT, right, it's going to look often the same as Sol BTC. The reason I like looking at the Bitcoin pairs along with the Tether pair is because if the Bitcoin pair, right, is looking bearish, like what we see right now on Solana, which it does look bearish. The daily is now lost the 9 and the 21, rejecting the 21. It looks to me ready to basically hit the daily SMA 200 right at 0.0023593. But why I bring this up is because when we have Bitcoin weakness, it can bleed in. So when altcoin pairings against their Bitcoin pair are weak, like what we see here with Sol BTC, it just makes the alt pairing to USDT weaker, meaning that when Bitcoin will dump, you're not going to have Solana hold up as nicely as maybe it was when we were above the daily EMA 9. So now looking at the Tether pairing, we see here, let's go to a lower time frame. Let me go to an 8-hour. And so you see here, this was an area I mapped out. It was a simple meme line based on this, what's it called, breakdown level. And you can see here that it basically couldn't hold it, leading to us going back to support, leading to the 8-hour, losing it with that bearish retest. And now we're just coming down to some 8-hour support on Tether. I like how the 8-hour SMA 200 along with the EMA 100 is approaching. Let me take the SMA 200 because I only like viewing that more in high time frames. You can see here how the EMA 100 in the 8-hour was nice resistance. So this spot here, right around $153.98, call it 154, is approaching. And so we should see at least some kind of reaction there. Very much like here, where at least we saw some kind of bounce once it hit it. But right, what we don't want is just another deviation where we lose it and then flip it into resistance, leading to more downside. So Sol in itself doesn't look the best. It is approaching somewhat support now, and it is major support. The EMA 100 has measured 100 days worth of price action. So it is strong. You can see how price has respected it on the downtrend. So what we'd want then is to hold it. Let's go to the daily again. And yeah, the daily, it's just not looking the best on the daily though. Right, the lower time frames can look like we're going to have a bounce, whereas the daily is kind of telling us a bigger picture, where it's not looking the best in my opinion, only just because of the fact that Bitcoin and cryptos as a whole yesterday had a nice dump leading into a nice bounce. What's bad now is the fact that we're now seeing the daily reject off here, the 9. Also resistance, but also we're seeing it break yesterday's low, which isn't a good sign to me. So overall, Solana is not looking the best. Something to watch. If you're trading this, you could just go to the 8-hour here, like what we were viewing, and you can see how it is approaching support. So if you are trading this on more lower time frames, this would be an area you'd be watching. Currently, there's no trade. We're kind of in the middle zone right now. Approaching support, wouldn't short it here. I wouldn't long right here either. Let's see how much price could still go down. So you could still go down, 2 to 2.2% from here. So it's kind of in that no trade zone. This area will be key. It'll be easy to see the reaction off here. Ideally, bulls just want this to hold. If not, it'll give more confluence that the daily probably does go all the way back down and test its daily EMA 100, sitting at $125. And the way Sol BTC looks, if Bitcoin starts churning, it wouldn't surprise me to see it hit this eventually. Now, it's currently sitting at $124.40, but, with every daily closure, this will move up. So the idea would be this daily EMA 100 will start moving up. It is now well above these lows, which is welcoming. So the idea would be we start seeing it trek up a little bit more, maybe falling in line with that 130 to 133 region. But until then, as it stands, a long drop ahead. Just looks like a, deviation on the daily. And we have support here, at 141 to 136, meme line support. And you can see the reactions off this level. So, you definitely want that to hold. If it gets lost, the idea would be it gets quickly reclaimed. Something like this, where it gets lost and then gets bought up, leading to just another deviation like we saw here. So, overall, I would be cautious here, especially with stocks looking the way they look, Tether dominance looking the way it looks. I'd be focused on Bitcoin. But overall, yeah, Solana is looking slightly weak.
Thank you, senor. All right, just real quick for everybody here in Spanish. Preguntaban, la pregunta del millón, ¿no? Oye, ¿va Solana a bajar más? Tiene cara de que sí. Déjame rápido, te pongo la tabla de Solana. ¿Viste a Bitcoin lo que está haciendo? Esto es Solana en la de 12 horas, lo voy a poner en la diaria. Y es un poco lo que estaba comentando Alex exactamente. Muy probablemente vayamos a mínimo a recargarnos en el EMA 100, que está en los $154. Ahí va el precio. Básicamente lo vamos a ver muy probablemente en este momento. Vimos que fuimos a buscar retomar el EMA 21. Tuvimos un gran rechazo y ahora venimos en bajada. Está correlacionado y completamente siguiendo un poco lo que Bitcoin está haciendo. Si pongo Bitcoin acá, lo pueden ver. Esa potente caída a 62. Here comes the fall, guys. Watch the fuck out. 62,782 for Bitcoin. Y aquí tenemos a Solana buscando esto. Es difícil decirte que no va a caer más cuando estamos volteando a ver esto. Vamos a ver si tiene un rebote por acá. Normalmente te los da porque estás yendo a un nivel importante. Esto, el EMA es el promedio de los 100 cierres diarios, básicamente. Entonces, debería de aguantar tantito. Si lo rompes ya acá, recuerda, ¿qué pasó la última vez que rompiste esto a la baja? Tuviste una buena caída y esto fue un fake out en la diaria. Una caída de 20%. ¿Dónde te pondría un 20% rompiendo esto a la baja? Tal cual en esta línea de los 123, que también coincide un poco con lo que Alex estaba diciendo. Así que no se ve nada bien. Yo creo que aquí lo que tienes que estar al pendiente es en tu diaria, ver dónde cierra esto para poder darte una buena idea. En la semanal vamos a ver cómo se ven los indicadores que tenemos por acá. En la semanal es un poco de la misma historia. La semanal tiene el EMA 100 hasta los 88.91. Acabamos de perder el EMA 9 y ahora vamos a ir a ver si podemos aguantar en el 21. El 21 está en $149. Está poniendo buena la cosa. Entonces, Solana tiene mucho chance de seguir bajando más si es que la tendencia del mercado continúa en esta dirección y por ahora estás viéndolo perder niveles importantes y también hasta en temporalidades más bajas como la de 8 horas lo puedes notar. Estás literalmente buscando el SMA 200 que está aquí en 154. Pierdes el SMA 200 y prepárate para un caidón brutal. Esto también que fue un 20%, 22, 23%. Mínimo podrías esperar algo así. Obviamente tienes que esperarte a tu cierre y confirmación del movimiento. Ahí lo tienen. Vamos a ver. All right. Good morning, boys. And this is an AVAX question. Wait, Farhan, you're muted.
Okay, I just realized. Avalanche.
This is quite the drop.
Yeah, no, it's not looking good at all.
Anywhere you look, even Joe Biden's going down, which, that's a national security coin.
So what we want to see today is, I'm focused on the daily EMA 100. We lose that, I'm full bear, in my opinion. I don't know if you guys remember last month, but that was an easy way to flip bearish. Short the retest, bearish retest, and then we had that bear bias all the way down until 4th of July. So, it's not good that we're under it now, and it's not looking good overall. But still a long day, so we shall see.
Yeah. Before Farhan plugs in his chart for AVAX, let me just tell everyone and remind them about the Discord. Oigan, por cierto, si ustedes están interesados de aprender de estos tíos, tienen su Discord, es completamente gratis ir ahí, platicar con todos ellos. Además, hay una buena comunidad de gente que está compartiendo tablas, que le sabe. Ahí está el buen Juancho, que lo ven diario en estos en vivos también, y varios otros que comparten también su conocimiento con ustedes y obviamente estos tíos. Entonces, si están buscando eso, en la descripción de abajo pone Discord. Píquenle ahí, únanse. De nuevo, es absolutamente gratis, no pide nada, es tal cual Discord. Y si quieren tradear con nosotros este bajón, les dejo abajo los exchanges. Tenemos Bluffing, que sirve en Estados Unidos y en todo el mundo, no requiere KYC. Tienen unos fees un poco más caros que lo de BitGet, pero BitGet requiere KYC y no funciona en Estados Unidos a menos de que uses un VPN. Tal cual, así es la cosa. Y también para todos ustedes que nos preguntan cómo puedo comprar TradingView, cómo puedo acceder a este programa donde ven las tablas, les dejamos un enlace aquí abajo para que se lleven, me parece que es 15% de descuento si abren una cuenta pagada con eso, pero esto es gratis, así que lo pueden usar también. Si no saben cuál es el sitio, está también aquí abajo, todo en los links. All right, let's go into AVAX. Vamos a AVAX con Farhan para que nos cuente la historia de esto y vamos a ver cómo se ve. Ready?
All right. You guys see my chart?
Yes, sir.
All right. It's right here on AVAX since around like 2023. We had somewhat of this range. Every single time we deviated above it, we quickly lost it again and retested this middle zone where we've been finding support. And about April of 2024, when Bitcoin found its highs at 73K and we had the subsequent drop after that, AVAX basically smashed through every single support. It lost this median zone eventually. We retested it over here, rejected heavily off the median and this line right here, where we went down towards this our current low in July. Right now, we're rejecting off of this, and we're rejecting off the median, and we're below it, like by about, I want to say almost $3 and like 40 cents, something like that. And we're approaching this previous low. Right now, momentum is pointing towards the downside, while volatility is pointed up. So it's telling us that this is not a corrective move. This is like an actual move you should be watching. If we get any type of closure here below this line, I would not look for us to find a bottom and anywhere down until we retest this zone of breakout right here, which is somewhere around $11 to $12, $13. What's giving me confluence on that is if you switch over to the monthly right now is giving the first ever sell signal in the jewel it's ever had. Like even after all of this shit, we didn't have enough price data to populate it, so we've never had one of these sell signals on the monthly. We're getting momentum starting to flip down, so that could potentially tell us that this could be a corrective move, but we absolutely need to hold this previous wick low. If this wick low does not hold, we're going down towards that $11 or $12 area. And this
wick low is where? I'm sorry. What's the
wick
price?
low is currently at $21.80.
Thank you.
And if we lose that, then this sell signal will be confirmed. At the very least, I would say we're going down to $11, $12. And with how everybody knows how most shitcoins trend towards zero, I feel like it would probably never recover from there ever again and retest its all-time highs. Probably like a little bit of a consolidation here and then slow bleed to zero. What might be my opinion, if this area does not get like an insanely strong bounce, like type of bounce where you wick to it and then you immediately go back up towards this line, maybe even close above it. And that would be like almost 100% move on one monthly candle. I personally don't see it happening. We've seen it before in crypto. I don't see it happening. It looks kind of weak. I would not personally take the short here though, because of this whole move down. I would personally wait to come down towards this line here, see if we can get any sort of bounce here. If we do continue to get weakness here, that's when I would open the short, and my stop loss would be any type of close above this line, and then I would be targeting those $11, $12 lows. On the daily, we're looking even worse right now. We're getting extremes in the momentum, and price action is severely lower than all of these lows, while the momentum is not lower. So that is giving the bulls a little bit of hopium to confirm a hidden bullish divergence, but they would need a confirmed local low. And the only way to get confirmed local low here is you need 2 closes above $25.70 on a daily basis, which right now, after this candle and we're losing this wick low, it doesn't look like that's going to be likely at all. And we have a strong sell signal in the jewel. It's leaning for me right now heavily towards the short side, but not in a place where I would open any trades, if that makes sense.
No, you do it at, so what you're saying is basically losing the 2264 level. That's when you see the price go down, wait for a retest, and then that's where
I would open the short.
That makes
anywhere around losing this level, I would look for weakness around here for a retest to short that.
Got it. Yeah, it makes sense. Total sense. All righty. Thank you, sir. Básicamente, estamos viendo AVAX en este momento. Quiero que vean un poco la tabla. Esta es temporalidad semanal para que vean de dónde viene y dónde está en este momento comparado con el ciclo anterior. Recuerden que todas las monedas de este estilo van a cero tarde o temprano. Lo primero estamos viendo en la tabla del mensual. En la tabla mensual, Farhan vio en el Joule que se está formando la primera señal de venta en toda la historia del precio de esta cosa. El momentum está empezando a irse para abajo, lo que nos dice que esto podría ser un movimiento correctivo. Pero en la semanal tenemos un bajo por acá en los que no queremos romper. Si rompes básicamente los 21.18, eso confirmaría la señal de venta del Joule mensual y eso llevaría al precio tranquilamente por ahí de los 10, 11 dólares, que es justamente este punto. Y lo quieren ver acá. Ahora, no quieres abrir un short ahorita, tal cual donde estás acá. ¿Qué es lo que quieres hacer para posicionarte? Lo que quieres hacer es básicamente esperarte que el precio llegue acá, a ver cómo reacciona. Si el precio va para arriba y rebota a la alza, bien, no tuviste que hacer nada y ahí pudiste abrir tal vez un long, pero no lo esperaría de acuerdo al momentum que lleva el precio. Y si del otro lado ves que el precio se cae de esta línea y tienes un cierre acá, lo que vas a hacer es esperarte a que venga a retestear esta línea para poder abrir tu short. Entonces, ¿cómo abrirías un short en esta posición? Sencillo, pones posición corta, literalmente lo pones acá, pones para que no te... ¿dónde pondrías tú? Yo diría aquí. Yo diría que aquí, un 5%. Y obviamente esto podría irse hasta los 11 dólares, que es esto, que es una ganancia de básicamente el 51.72% contra 5% de pérdida. Yo creo que vale la pena la apuesta si es que lo estás haciendo así, y este sería el setup que nosotros pondríamos en la apuesta a la baja en AVAX, pero una vez más, tienes que esperarte que el movimiento se dé. Y una vez más, ¿qué movimiento? Un cierre abajo de esto. No compras instantáneamente, va a venir a retestear la línea. Eso es lo que estás buscando, poner tu short cuando venga a retestear la línea en los 21.85 y de ahí tomarlo para abajo con un stop loss bastante apretado para que no te vaya a shakear fuera de tu posición. Así que espero les haya quedado claro. Vamos a lo que sigue. Billy is asking, what is the difference between EMA and SMA? Obviously, we know the simple moving average and simple moving average and extreme. No, what's E?
Exponential.
Exponential moving average. God damn it!
But
what's the difference?
I was muted again. So the exponential moving averages are more for shorter term price action. Mm-hmm. Like if you, I use them for the 5, the 9, the 21, the 55, and the 55. They're for like short term, like medium term price action and short term. The simple moving averages take a lot more time to populate, so they're a lot more like for higher time frames. I use the simple. 200. I don't personally use the 100 very much, but whenever I do use the 100, I'll use it as the simple, and the 200 I always use as a simple because for the simple moving average, since they take longer time to develop, you would want them on the higher moving averages. So like on the 100 or the 200, the exponential usually, from my experience, is not as accurate on higher time frames like the daily, the weekly, the monthly, anywhere near as the simple is. Like if you go back just on Bitcoin and you switch it to a monthly or a weekly and you put on the 200 SMA and the 200 EMA, you're going to see that the 200 SMA was respected a lot more than the EMA was.
Got it. That's really interesting because I did not know that you were looking at it like that. Although I have a setup like that, I'm going to adjust mine. What about you, Alex?
Yeah, I totally agree
Same?
with Farhan. I mean, yeah, the simple moving average, I really only like to use the 200. It's just more, it depends on your system, right? But the higher time frames with the SMA 200 really identifies a clear trend, in my opinion. Such as it's an easy
Yeah.
tool to measure. Whereas I always use EMAs. You'll see me use them more than the SMAs. I'll put them on my chart just because I'm more of a day trader. I like trading. I like finding more data points of resistance, support, entries, and I do believe EMAs help us with that more, just because they're quicker. They populate with price, just like the SMAs, but they're just more for short term. They help, in my opinion, like my trading style greatly, because that mixed with confluence of like my meme lines, with price action and candlestick theory, makes it all come together nicely. So really, SMA really just for higher time frames, using that for trend. EMAs for trading, and I do use the EMA 100.
Yeah, me too. I'm a big EMA 100 fan, and the SMA 200, like that's all I have basically. I don't use the 55. I use the 21, the 9, and the 100, and then the SMA 200. That's the only ones.
The only reason I use the 9, 21,
55?
and 55 is because that's what my system is based off of.
Yeah, I've used the 50 and the 55 before. I
I'm gonna
honestly
add the
like them.
55. Yeah.
Actually a lot. I've just found that my success rate's better when I'm using the 9, the 21, the 34. When we get a back above all three of those, it's an easy buy signal, or we lose it, it's an easy short signal. Targeting probably the EMA 100. Now getting back above that, target the EMA 200. This is all like lower time frame day trading action.
Yeah.
So reclaim that, and now we're on the races. It's up only. But yeah, 50 and the 55 I've used before. I like them. I had nothing wrong with that, actually. It's kind of like the nice middle zone between that 100, so, but I prefer the 100 than watching the 55.
Nice. Thank you for that. That's a great explanation. Just real quick. Para todo el mundo, ¿qué es esto? ¿Cuál es la diferencia entre EMA y SMA? Las dos cosas que están viendo, para que la gente sepa de lo que estamos hablando, son obviamente indicadores de precio. Y los dos son promedios del precio, de acuerdo a la temporalidad, a qué número tengan enfrente. Si te pone 9, ponte tú el EMA 9, eso quiere decir que son 9 días de promedio del precio y te va a poner ahí el promedio de esos 9 días. Si tienes el EMA 100, es el promedio de esos 100 días, ¿ok? Eso es lo que es. Para que lo vean un poco en la tabla, son estas líneas. El verde es el 9. El amarillo, que están viendo acá, es el 21. El rojo es el 100 y este morado es el SMA 200, ¿ok? Ahora, preguntan, ¿cuál debo de usar? ¿Cuál es la diferencia entre estos? Bastante sencillo, honestamente, y sobre todo cómo lo ponen, y ahorita yo mismo acabo de aprender algo. Lo que quieres usar para hacer, para usar en temporalidades bajas, ¿no? En la diaria, en una semana, en 2 semanas, para básicamente en temporalidades bajas para hacer day trading todo el tiempo, quieres irte a EMAs bajos. ¿Y a qué me refiero con eso? Quieres el 9, quieres el 21, quieres el 55, tal vez el 100 lo puedas usar. ¿Ves la diferencia de dónde está el 100 parado con los demás? ¿Por qué? Porque es un indicador fácil. Cuando pierdes estos niveles, básicamente si ahorita perdemos este y este, me va a decir que va a ir a buscar esto. Es así de fácil. Y entonces, ¿qué EMAs quieres usar? 9, 21. A Farhan le gusta usar el 55, yo no uso el 55, Alex de repente lo usa, pero no tanto. Usamos el 100, el 9 y el 21. Farhan usa el 55. En temporalidades grandes, quieres usar el SMA 100 o el SMA 200, que es este morado que está aquí abajo. Esos son los que quieres sacar. Entonces, EMA, EMA o SMA. Es las dos diferencias y ahí lo tienen. Mientras más largo sea el rango de precios para temporalidades más altas, más corto sea el precio, más corto sea el promedio, temporalidades más cortas. Bastante sencillo de aprender. Vale. Alrighty.
This is interesting.
You guys looking at CME? Oh wait, yeah, it's going for the gap fill right now.
Show us.
VIX is up 58% today.
Holy fuck! Hang on, I have a huge position on a VIX trade.
Do you? Oh man.
Yeah. Give me a second. Let me just look at it.
Before you bring the CME chart up,
Yes!
Farhan, let me mention this real quick. So yeah, VIX is looking quite interesting. You know, it is heading straight to our meme line resistance now. You know, I don't exaggerate when these gaps are pretty big. And it is, and we're seeing that today. Nice move up. So basically, essentially what we're seeing now is this green line, this the 3-day EMA 100 basically breaking out. It's interesting to me because if I'm going here, I'm finding out when was like the last time we broke out and we were at least like above it slightly for a while. Was in that 2022 area. Very interesting to me. We had it one time we were above it, you know, March of 2023, but lost it. Very interesting to see this simple, but I think it represents a lot. So, I mean, who knows? We'll reject here like this, come down, whatever. This is just a backfill of, you know, the CME gap. But also just, yeah, the way corn's looking, it's on that edge now. So, let me go back here.
ES just touched the weekly 21.
So, yeah, the ES1.
Yeah, just
weekly
21.
Let me show that for them here. Let me throw the 9 also on. Yeah, and what I like about this, which I find interesting, right, this is why I like using the 21 in confluence with the 9, because even though we lost the 9 here, or many would have been looking to short that, you still could have caught a nice move to the 21, obviously, but knowing that the 21 often acts as support after we lose the 9 can help just get a better framework of bounce zones. And so why I bring that up, and that's a great point you mentioned, Farhan, about the weekly hitting the 21 now, is big zone here. And along with it being right on the meme line, which solidifies it for me as, yeah, this is a big area.
Yeah, we kind of lose that and we're fucked, huh?
If we lose this, yeah, that will look quite bad in my opinion. And only it's anyone can see it. I mean, reclaimed it, rallied on, held it here, quick deviation up, and it's raced on. I mean, the idea would be, okay, we're testing it again. Maybe we're hoping the same reaction or at least some consolidation around this level. But you know, what, 5 hours until it goes on a Friday and we're clinging on to support. Bulls really got to pull through here.
And to add confluence to that if we don't get a strong reaction off of this 21, we're going to confirm a weekly sell signal on the Joe. Last time we got that, last time we confirmed that was in March and April of 2024. Last time we corrected down to the 21, and now we're already at the 21. So the next logical target would be the 55 at 52.64. Oh no, my bad, 5,000 flat. I was wrong.
That's still fucking crazy.
Yeah, it's a huge move down. That's another 335 points.
2 years, the 2-year treasury is about to uninvert from the 10-year. It just dropped 6.3%.
And so, like, when we're at these levels here, sorry, Alan, for cutting you, but like when we're at these levels here, I often just have to I just have to step back and look at the bigger picture on like Bitcoin's like right at the edge of like it could really lose this major support and dump hard. You know, ES1's at major support with 5 hours on the weekly. On a Friday, we have VIX up 50%. UST dominance looking pretty bullish on the weekly, while Bitcoin's weekly looks like it's in a downtrend. I don't know what to make of this, but I mean, if it looks like a unicorn, it sounds like a unicorn, it probably is a unicorn. So I don't know what to make of it, but very interesting day.
It's so fucked. And by the way, we're following. There's I just said it in my live in Spanish, but I was telling everybody, you guys never watched that show 30 Rock, right?
No.
So it was a show about basically SNL that Tina Fey did. You guys know SNL. She like basically the behind the scenes of how she puts up that show, and it's a comedy. And Alec Baldwin's in it, Tina Fey's in it. She's a creator of it. And they had in 2008. They have the best jokes about the recession because while it was happening, Jack Donaghy, Alec Baldwin is supposed to be like a super hard Republican. So everybody's like, there's a recession. And he's like, there's no recession. So he just keeps like ignoring that there's a recession and all that shit. And there's one specific episode called Larry King, which is when 2008 happens, they have the financial meltdown, and how the TV people just react like fucking idiots. They send Tracy Morgan to Larry King, and he's just telling everybody, I would think everyone's going to lose all of their money if, right now. So everybody starts panicking because of this fucking idiot being there, right? So the long story short is Alec Baldwin wants to bang Salma Hayek. He finally gets her in his apartment. He's doing the deed. And then after he's done, he's about to go for another one. And someone rings the doorbell. They think it's their sushi. They open the door, and it turns out to be executives at GE, because he's the CEO of GE, basically. So they walk in, and they're like, dude, the Asian markets are crashing right now. We need to do something before market opens. And he goes, there's nothing I'm going to do and no money that's going to make me leave this beautiful woman alone. And they show him like the losses, and he fucking runs the fuck out. It's happening right now. Literally last night, as I was watching that, I was like, the 30 Rock episode is happening right now, with the Japanese market starting to destroy itself and nuke itself up. And now we're seeing it across the board. This is fucking wild. This is proper. Yeah. By the way, properly in my view and experience, these type of like down days like this is not like a little correction. This should play out like, again, if this all reverts by today and we close somehow green, forget about it. But if we do close like this is serious.
Anybody else other than me getting tired of living through historic events?
No, I'm done, dude. I went through 2008. Like I was an adult in 2008. I already got like so many. I got that. I got COVID. What else? We got in Mexico. We had a huge earthquake a year after I was born, like an 8.4 that destroyed everything. I also lived through that. 9/11. Were you guys alive in 9/11?
I don't even remember it. I was
like
5.
I lived through 9/11. I was going to school, and in the morning, and a friend of mine that's always late walks in and goes, someone crashed a little airplane into the World Trade Center. So we turned on the TV, and then we saw, literally as we turned on the TV in school, like the second plane going in. We're like, that's not a small plane. That's a fucking...
This dude must be rich as fuck if a 737 is a small plane to him.
He's not. He's just fucking retarded. So we saw 9/11. We saw the pandemic. We saw... Oh, my God, dude. I'm done. Like, it's been exhausting. I don't want to see this anymore. What are you guys sharing? Let's go.
Yeah,
I have CME up here.
Oh, yeah. No, share CME first, yes.
All right, so right here on CME, we have this gap fill right here, right around this mid zone, which is right here at about $60,000, and it lines up with this 38.2% level, because we have a rejection at the median. We would target that 38.2% level, and this, in my opinion, would be the last area for any type of bulls to stand up. If they lose this area, this low is almost certainly going to break. The hash ribbons symbol is going to break, and we're unless we somehow manage to revert the weekly above it and historic, like magically close above that level. If we do lose that level, we're going to go down to this line, get a little bit of a bounce, maybe go down here. At that point, I would aim for the 78.6% level, everybody's previous targets in the 40s. I'm thinking everybody is going to go along here, be like, my 40K target, 45K target finally got hit, get a little bit of a bounce to this area, and then I think we would go down and break the 40s and go somewhere to the 30s. But right here, I'm watching this gap fill zone. But
where do you think that would put the spot price? Around 58K?
At the gap fill?
Yeah, let's say we gap filled on CME. Where do you think that would put spot price? Like,
so right now, spot price is like around, what is it? $300 lower, $320 lower. So that would be somewhere around 59.5 to 59.7 IMO.
Interesting.
And if we dip down below 60K, you already know how everybody's going to start freaking out.
Where's the monthly 5? Yeah, because I know you look at the EMA 5. Where's that? So I have the 9.
On the monthly, we're currently sitting at bouncing off of it for now. It's at 62.5 on CME.
Oh, wow.
So if we were to lose that, then also we would have that same trend shift down to those mid 40s bounce, and then I am thinking we would easily from there test the upper 30s, because every single time we've lost the 5 EMA on the monthly, we've had significant dumps after that. So right now we're just basing off of it, and this is the area that bulls absolutely need to hold on the monthly.
I see that, and that median's nice with that 53K meme line on the monthly.
Yeah, it lines up right there.
Interesting.
All right, now you're showing us Coinbase.
Yeah, Coinbase.
Yeah, let me throw that up.
There you go. Hang on.
Let me go to the weekly before I pull up Coinbase, and cool. Yeah, I just thought Coinbase looks kind of interesting to me. Kind of looks like Bitcoin. Maybe before the slaughter happens, I don't know. Because we look at Bitcoin here, this is the level I'm watching. We'll make this, instead of green, I'm just gonna make it, I don't know, I'll make it, I guess it's not really that noticeable. I'll make it like that. Yeah. So this pink red line is what I'm watching. Why I think it's interesting is because we're already seeing Coinbase lose its major support. Is this are we foreseeing the future of Bitcoin, or is this just going to turn into a deviation? Unsure. But yeah, Coinbase isn't looking good. Since I have it, let me just look at it more on the daily now. And yeah, you can kind of see that. So yesterday, it held support. Cool, but we rallied straight to, where this green line is. I don't know why it flipped green after I changed it to red, but whatever. And we kind of see it rallied into it, and now it's rejecting it back under support. And this is this was a big impulsive move up. So, I mean, if coin wants to, it can really get some legs down and keep going down. When I look at something like this, and maybe I want to kind of see where a bounce zone could be, I'll look and we see the breakout here. We see where we first got resistance, where we broke down a little bit. So real simply, I'll take the wick high of that. And okay, so we can see potential bounce zone here would be probably around 187 to 188. Now, if that doesn't hold, then yeah, I do think we're going to go back down to the 150s, 158, 159. But one thing after another, Coinbase isn't looking the best, though. Looking quite weak. And we can see how that 9's just been kind of acting as resistance throughout the whole way down. Now, we go to, let's say, the 8-hour here. And let me go and throw on the EMA 100. Yeah, so we see even that EMA 100 on the 8 hours coming nicely around that 150 region. Currently sitting at $149.65, giving more confluence that, the daily could get ugly because the lower time frames are, showing that massive support is around that 150. Let's go to the 4-hour real quick just because I'm curious to see. And you can see here how that 4-hour EMA 100 now was support has basically flipped nicely into resistance. So technically speaking, this is going to be resistance matched up with that meme line resistance. So ideally, if you're short bias, it's really simple. Then you would just short any rally into this 4-hour EMA 100, which will keep creeping up. Ideally, it creeps nicely into this. What's it called? The 4-hour EMA 9. The 4-hour EMA 100 with the meme line resistance, making an easy short with an easy invalidation, just because you know exactly where you're wrong with this trade. Not a good sign though, and that puts pressure on, crypto and Bitcoin and like Solana, right? We're already seeing Solana not, we just analyzed Solana, and it still is giving just, it actually is still approaching, support here, like we mentioned, an area to watch. So, we'll see. Like you say, Alondra, yeah, if today somehow reverts green, this will just be a big bear trap, in my opinion, then. Giving us the fuel to go up.
Yeah,
100%.
If it does that, for sure. But I feel like everything would have to revert at the same time. The crazy one is the VIX. Like 60% up. That's insane. I just sold my position on that. So that's fucking
insane.
epic.
Yeah, that's clean.
Let's go.
How hard Ethereum is suffering right now.
Let's go. Just give me a second while you put that together. Let me just show this so that we can move on from Coinbase. Y ahí les va. Tenemos Coinbase aquí en la mira. Básicamente lo vamos a ver en la semanal para que lo puedan ver un poco más limpio con todo esto. Venimos de estos altos hasta acá, obviamente formando esa tradicional copita, ¿no? Y la agarradera de la copita. Pero si nos ponemos a ver un poco más de cerca, nos damos cuenta de algo. Voy a quitar rápidamente los EMAs, SMAs, etcétera. para que lo vean. Tenemos esta línea que viene acá, sobre todo en la diaria, es bastante fácil de verla, y ahí tuvimos esta ruptura. Y luego tienes esta confirmación. Esta confirmación te está vendiendo ahora a esta vela, y ahorita vamos a ir a buscar estos bajos en los 195. ¿Ok? Ahora, cuando empezamos a verlo en la diaria, acabamos de perder el EMA 100, acabamos de perder el EMA 9 y también el EMA 21. En la zona de los 185 tenemos el SMA 200, que también tiene buena confluencia con esta buena zona, lo que probablemente es que vayamos a visitar esa área próximamente para que lo puedan ver un poco más de cerca. Entonces, aquí, ¿qué es lo que tienes que esperar? Esperarías saber, para poder armarte un buen short, lo que quieres es que esto rebote y que el EMA 100, que lo tengo acá, básicamente vayas a retestearlo. Vas a retestear el EMA 100. Aquí donde está el EMA 100, abres el corto y pones la invalidación literalmente arriba de esta vela en los 226, o lo puedes hacer más apretado también si quieres, y lo puedes poner en los 223 de 200, pero yo lo pondría aquí arriba para que no me eliminen los 225, 226, y abrí el short ahí. Esa sería la idea. No ahorita, porque estás en medio de la nada, como puedes ver, estás en medio de la caída, y esto puede voltearse sin problema alguno y puede cerrar todo lo que estamos viendo hoy, que es el fin del mundo, puede cerrar en positivo y todos nos vamos a quedar de qué puta madres pasó. Nada es imposible en el mercado, simplemente vale la pena decirlo. Entonces, ahí está Coinbase y vamos a ir uno por uno, pero ahorita, Alex, Farhan, what do you guys want to see? And throw it up in here. Farhan, remember you're muted.
I mean, I can look at Tesla if
Ethereum was
Arnold
better,
Steve
sure.
again.
Oh, Ethereum. I don't know why we were, but let's look at it.
Might as well.
Yeah.
All
It's part of the family.
It is, yeah, might as well.
So right here on Ethereum, both of the times we found the highs in the 4,000 area, we ended up not able to hold it, and we deviated each time. The first time we found support at the 21 EMA. Second time we blasted through it and quickly reclaimed it. Then we, in the July 2022 dump, we ended up holding it for a little bit, but we closed below this blue 38.2% level, which signals weakness. On the next open, we tried to go back up, retest that 38.2% level, and immediately rejected and smashed through this 21 EMA right here. Our next, which gives us a target of this next meme line right here, which was our July bottom, where we went down when Bitcoin was at 53K, which also coincidentally lines up with this 55 EMA right here, which would be on this silver cross with the 21 and the 55. This would be the last possible stand for any buying reaction to come in and the bulls to step up. If they do not bounce here, this is gonna be like this low is gonna break, and we would target this 200 SMA right here, which rises with every close, and that would be at this previous consolidation zone below the breakout, right around right below $2,300 at 2290, and that would coincide with Bitcoin somewhere, I'm guessing somewhere around the upper 40s. And at that point, I would say that this cycle is most likely over, and we're going through extended consolidation, where Ethereum is probably not going above $3,000 anytime soon for the next 6 to 8 months at the very least. Right here, we're getting a strong sell signal on the jewel, and we're getting a momentum strongly pointed to the downside, with volatility pointed up, supporting the idea that this is not going to be a corrective move, and this is likely going to be a trending move. We can switch to the monthly, and we see here on the monthly where we ended up finding support at the median on the previous monthly close, but then this close we ended up dropping right below it immediately. Right now, the monthly median's at 32.32, and as long as we keep rejecting this monthly median somehow, unless we close above it or even tick above it, which right now is at about 32. If you were to close above it, then you could target this previous high over here, this 38.2% level, which would give us new all-time highs at $5,500. But as long as you're below it, this bottom 38.2% level is going to be a magnet for price action, which is right now that 2290 level, which was our previous significant zone on the weekly over here, right around the 78. Yeah, right around this bottom meme line, which coincided with the monthly. But right now, since we are losing the median and we're rejecting it hardly, rejecting it very hard, and momentum is pushing down, and volatility is pushing up, it technically has a bearish setup down here to this 38.2% level at 2290. And Ethereum is doing a lot worse than Bitcoin is right now. Like if you were to switch to Bitcoin over here, you can see this is the index. Bitcoin is not nearly as weak as Ethereum right now. We have a strong monthly close in the last month. We held the 5 EMA, and we're still holding the 5 EMA on Bitcoin. And if you were to go down to Bitcoin dominance, you would see why it's doing that. Right now, Bitcoin dominance is on a major breakout. It's reclaimed the 55 EMA, which it's been below basically ever since. It hasn't even tapped the 55 EMA since December of 2020, and it hasn't been above it since around the 2017 bull market, when we hit $19,000, and we ended up going down from there, and we had that significant alt season, where every retard and their mother was making millions of dollars off of complete garbage shit coins.
Absolutely.
Right now, it seemed like the exact opposite, where Bitcoin is first finding resistance at the 55, consolidating around it, and then getting a strong close above, basing off of it, and moving up again. Right now, if you switch to the oscillators, the Joule is giving you a fresh buy signal up here in the bullish control zone. The last time we've had that was over here on this Bitcoin move in March of 2019, all the way up to September of 2019, when Bitcoin moved from, I believe, like $4,500 to around $14,000.
Yeah.
And that was the last time we had that. Right now, we're getting a fresh move, fresh signal on here. And whenever we switch to a buy signal from there, we can start aiming for the, the 88.3% level zone is what likes to find resistance. Right now, that 88.3% level zone sits somewhere around 64 to 65%. Technically, if it were to reject there, that would still be another lower high.
Yeah.
And that would roll over from there, and that would signal our next alt season, where altcoins should see a move to the upside. But right now, as long as Bitcoin dominance is looking like this, we're getting strong support. We every single little pullback we get instantly gets bought back up. Every pullback gets bought back up, which coincides with Bitcoin leading this next move. Whatever Bitcoin does after this, it's going to show us the direction of the market, whether we're going to continue this uptrend up, or if the top is in right now and we have an extended 6 to 8 month correction. It's going to depend on Bitcoin dominance. Right now, Bitcoin dominance is extremely bullish. I would say to at least around 60% to 65%. Up there was I would look for a potential lower high.
Damn. So much happening right now. That's fucking insane that Bitcoin can look so much better than Ethereum right now. And Ethereum just had like their ETFs and all that bullshit happen. So interesting. All righty.
Yeah, I did say Ethereum was a scam.
If Jamie Dimon is involved with it, dude, that's all you need to know. Like, come on. They sold us on the fact that he was like independent, and that this crazy Vitalik guy was like the one who really moved it, you know. And it's Jamie Dimon. It's just Jamie Dimon.
Just
all
Jamie
right.
Dimon.
Exactly.
Jamie Dimon things.
Exactly. I think before we go into what's it called? Before we go into anything, I'd like people to I'd like to invite people over to your Discord, guys, so you can go and harass you right here.
Oh yeah. You should mention we gave an insane call out on this even when we were live right now. A lot of people caught the double top on that hourly.
Nice.
We gave it on the channel. It's a party over there. It's a party.
Exacto. Vénganse al Discord. Acá tienen el análisis de Alex. Acá tienen el análisis de Farhan. En lo que estábamos haciendo estos perros mandaron buenas señales. También acá tienen todos sus enlaces. Esto es para decir hola, pero aquí andamos en el general todos compartiendo tablas. Pues es completamente gratis. El enlace está en la descripción de abajo para que todos puedan disfrutar acá. Tenemos a todo el equipo acá haciendo sus trades, compartiendo sus ganancias con nosotros. Felicidades a todos ustedes, perros, como de que no. Y pues a seguir dándole, también comparten noticias, etcétera. Entonces, aquí andan movidos, vénganse a platicar, pueden encontrar sus enlaces de todo y sus análisis tal cual acá. Y de nuevo, es gratis. Está el enlace aquí abajo, damas y caballeros. Alrighty. Y también si quieren tradear, ya saben que ahí abajo también están los enlaces para BitGet, para Bluffing, que es el exchange de Estados Unidos, y funciona sin KYC, y BitGet, que es el exchange internacional que requiere KYC, para que sepan. Alrighty, boys, let's see on to the next one. Oh, my guy was asking about Nike, and he was asking me yesterday about it, and I ignored him because I didn't want to do, I didn't want to check charts because we were doing it today. So you guys mind looking at Nike right now? And how bad is Nike doing? Oh, that's honestly not too bad compared to everything else. It's already fucked, so...
Yeah. Let's bring up our old friend Nike. Let's see how
well,
fucked we are
Chinese
exactly.
companies. Let's
Yeah,
go.
let's see. Nike, it's this consolidation is welcomed. I mean, the idea here was there's some structure on the 4-hour forming. So like right now in my chart, it's a no trade zone. It's a no trade zone because I'm not getting any right visually. You see, we're not at an extremity low or high. We're in the middle, but also we're not even reclaiming anything on the EMAs for me to see anything below the 21 and the 9. Currently, right now, the idea here was that we made a low here, and then we had a nice high. We really ideally wanted this low to hold, which it didn't. And now, we've basically, it's kind of like how Bitcoin looked on the hourly, potentially forming a double top. This will get invalidated if we simply break this 4-hour high. But this is on the 4-hour. So that's kind of what I see on the lower time frames. No trade zone, still, rejecting off the 9 and the 21. To me, I still think that this $67 region will get hit eventually. Let's go to a daily. And the daily, yeah, you see this, just like I said on the flip side, where if we lose the daily EMA 9, the daily EMA 21 can act as support. Well, vice versa here, if we reclaim the daily EMA 9, cool, that's a good sign. You can, make some shekels easily. But you have to be mindful that next stop's the 21, and often that acts as resistance, like what we see here. That led to the deviation of the 9. Now we're rejecting off of it. This daily closure's in 4 hours, though. Ideally, what bulls want is just let's reclaim the daily EMA 9, which will probably lead to the 4-hour getting reclaimed, 4-hour reclaiming the 9 and the 21. And let's just get some consolidation above the 9. That would be welcoming, potentially giving us more momentum to break the 21, which is currently at $75.34. So I'd expect that to be resistance. Break that, then I think we could easily push up to $77.41, and we can't disregard this massive gap here. But also, I'm sure a crap ton of people are looking at that gap. So,
everybody and their
right.
mom.
And everyone thinks it's going to be an easy trade, or, oh yeah, gaps need to get filled, and we're going to fill it once we get some momentum. Shorts are screwed. But, is that just going to be another trap? So I'm unsure kind of where this chart stands. As a whole, it looks terrible. And we know it looks terrible because if we go here, I think it was the monthly. And then let me throw the 21 off. Let's just focus on this here. It wasn't on the monthly, but we see the monthly as well. This what's it called? The monthly SMA 200. As you guys know, the SMA 200 is a lot of data, especially on a monthly. It's coming nicely, right? Slightly under my meme zone here at $67, but coming right around that $60 region at $62 and 54 cents. But what I wanted to show is the weekly. I think that's what it was. Yeah, and the weekly shows a different story here. This chart's fucked because we see on the weekly that, if we just even take off this, what's it called, EMA 100, we just want to focus on the SMA on the weekly. You can see how price does not like to be under this for too long on the weekly. We see here it was under it for a little bit, but quickly got bought up, and then here we are. This losing it as aggressively as it did after rejecting it as well, after it was major support for so long, since basically 2009, right? It's been major support since 2009. So losing that, and especially this deviation's a disgusting trap, because what happens often is people get accustomed to these kind of moves. It deviates below, lost it, cool, let's bid it up. It's obviously not going to get lost because Nike is not a shit coin. It's not a, it should hold and it's a good company, whatever. This is like what the bulls think, and this is what they get accustomed to. This trade worked out nice. You have the same setup where we deviate here. We're getting that move up now, so you're used to that, leading to just a trap, lower high here, lower low here on the weekly. Looks disgusting. Flipped this SMA 200 on the weekly into resistance. Not a good sign at all. I mean, I really have no hope on this chart unless we can get some structure, what's it called, back on the weekly, because this dump here that we've had since the rejection really destroyed a lot of structure on this chart. You know, 41% down from the rejection. It's a massive move. So, you know, I would just be cautious if you're trying to, let's say, buy the dip on Nike, and just understand where we stand. And when I see something like minus the lines, right? If we took all these lines off and you simply just focused on this, that just looks bad. It's telling me something's
Terrible.
like really wrong with Nike. And it's something we do not want to disregard because, you know, support from 2009, getting it lost now and rejecting it, it's a major rejection. So if by any grace of God, this is the two scenarios I see. We either massively squeeze back up, somehow by the grace of God, reaching this level again, most likely leading into another rejection though, because we have to assume that because of this rejection. So now it is resistance. This will curve down. The second hopium scenario is that we dump enough to where this weekly SMA 200
Comes
starts
down like
really
crazy.
coming down. Exactly. So both scenarios are bad. So
Yeah. And also, you gotta. I think one thing that we should pay attention to in something like Nike is the fact that industrial production is shit. That the consumer is completely killed already. That there's literally nothing in sight that tells us that people are gonna have more money in the short term. You're looking at the bad results in China, even from Apple, and all these other places, all these other huge companies that normally have really strong sales there. It's all going down. Like, what the fuck is Nike gonna do? And specifically when you now start throwing modern times into the picture, when every fucking stupid creator has a clothing line, thanks to some idiots that started that trend like 10 years ago, fucking idiots.
I
And
wonder who that was.
yeah,
I wonder who those fucking assholes were. But those guys, like, come on, everything became like a brand that people want to buy behind the face, and Nike doesn't have that.
no.
So it's kind of like it's in a no man's land where it can literally go to zero, or it'll come up with like an incredible plan and save the world and do great.
Right. Because, like, yeah, you're 100% right. Nike was Nike, and that set them apart because they were Nike back in the day. That was like the premium brand that you wanted to be seen wearing in schools and had the
Yeah.
shoes. And now it's like there's Lululemon, there's all these influencer brands, there's all these other clothing brands. Just people don't want it. So what sets Nike apart from everyone else? Really not much.
know
And
if you guys have
actually, the only
tried-
thing that separates them apart is just their pricing point.
Yeah.
Very
They're
expensive.
kind of expensive, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And on top of that, when we already know that the consumer doesn't have money and we're already getting the R word again looming, and, you know, is a recession, are we in a recession? Is it coming?
We are. Let us be
Bad
clear.
news. Right.
When the country's not buying houses and we're at lows in transactions that go back to 1994 when it comes to real estate, that's a recession. Like, it doesn't matter what the excuse and why there's no money to buy houses and there's no transactions happening. When you go back 30 years into that zone, you're in a recession. When you're looking at the biggest amount, well, the least amount of investment in brand new companies, that's a recession. When you're looking at the least amount of expansion in credit and capital for small and medium-sized businesses in history, that's a recession. When the consumer has to pay 3 times more and their spending has to go through credit because they don't have any more money, that's a fucking recession. When people are crying on TikTok, about why they can't afford anything because they didn't pay fucking attention to anyone telling them that this is what's going to happen, that's a recession. So I think we're in a recession.
100%.
Don't worry about it, guys. They'll just change the definition again.
And so, like, if you're looking at Nike as an investment in your maybe retirement portfolio, minus the trade, just buy the dip, you have to, like, look at the bigger picture and ask yourself that question. Like, why would you buy Nike here? What's the incentive?
I don't understand it. And by the way, the Olympics already passed, right? Like, they're going on right now.
Great
Before,
point,
and this is what someone, and I don't know if it was Brian who brings this up, was telling me, I always buy Nike before the Olympics because it goes up 30% on average. It was something like that. And I go, well, this time around, it doesn't look like that's going to be the case, my friend. So stay the fuck away from it. And also, when you're just looking at the chart, whether it's the daily or the weekly or even the monthly, you're creating a bear flag just by looking at it. Forget about your levels, which means there's a massive drop with one candle, and then there's consolidation of price, which could lead to another leg down, right? Like, just by looking at that. So looking at all these things, shit doesn't look good.
Yeah.
No.
And on the other hand, you look at like the YouTuber brands, like the fitness brand Alphalete. They're now a $250 million business. Dude started out of his garage in Houston with the YouTube channel.
Yeah. I mean, but that's the new trend, the new reality for everyone. And this is something that we saw coming so long ago. I don't understand why big brands didn't cut up to it, but it's obvious now. Let me just share this with everyone in Spanish and let's go.
Nice.
All right. Bueno. Estamos platicando de Nike en estos momentos. Esto es algo que habíamos platicado. Brian, no me acuerdo si fuiste tú o no el que me dijo que compraba Nike cada que iban a haber Olimpiadas porque Nike iba a subir o subía 30% más o menos en cada Olimpiada. Pero esta vez no se ve bien la situación. Tenemos que entender varias cosas. Uno, el consumidor no tiene dinero. Dos, los artículos de Nike antes eran baratos, ahora subieron muchísimo de precio, se volvió una marca premium. La gente no tiene dinero y no lo va a gastar en Nike. El siguiente factor es cuántos creadores de contenido están creando marcas, y esto también incluye artistas gigantes como Bad Bunny, Shakira, a quien te puedas puta madre imaginar, otros creadores de contenido como Logan Paul, todos esos güeyes, o pendejos como yo que hemos vendido ropa por un rato. Nos dimos cuenta que la gente prefería marcas con una cara detrás y no una empresa gigantesca que no conocen, por lo que Nike no se ve bien a futuro. Ahora, viendo simplemente la tabla, lo que quiero hacer es que nos demos cuenta de algo bastante sencillo y te lo voy a poner en la mensual para que lo puedas ver aún mejor. Normalmente Nike no pierde niveles. O sea, estos niveles que estamos viendo que está perdiendo Nike, estos EMAs, no los pierde. Cuando lo ves en la semanal y te echas para atrás, puedes darte cuenta que literalmente ha estado encima del EMA 100, que es la roja que estás viendo todo el tiempo. Sí, aquí lo perdió tantito, aquí lo perdió tantito, aquí lo perdió, pero ve lo rápido que fue, que eso es COVID, me imagino, el 2008, COVID, ajá. Y acá lo perdiste y ve el bajón que tuviste. Fuiste a volverlo a retestear, te engañó que lo habías ganado, lo volviste a perder y ve dónde estás ahorita. Estás cayendo brutalmente, estás abajo de todos los promedios en todo tipo de cosa. No hay literalmente nada que te venga a salvar y estás aparte formando un patrón solamente de velas de esto bajista. ¿Qué es esto? Este es un bear flag, una bandera bajista. Tienes la caída grande, consolidación del precio, y ¿qué es lo que le sigue? Probablemente otro movimiento a la baja. Si lo ponemos en la mensual, esto es interesante. Aquí podemos ver cómo el S&P 200, que es el promedio de los 200, está aquí abajo y coincide con la línea de los $63. Muy probablemente, que también coincide con este bajo que fue el de COVID, muy probablemente tu siguiente objetivo sean los $63 en Nike y siga bajando más. Estás, si te pones a ver el canal bajista, estás literalmente en la media del canal bajista, lo puedes ver acá, que lo ha respetado bastante bien y la estás perdiendo. Fuiste a intentar retestear y retomarla y ahora estás bajando. Nike no se ve nada bien. Nada bien. Nada bien. En temporalidades más cortas, vamos a verlo rápidamente en la diaria para que veas. Nike intentó retomar el EMA 9, que es esta verde, nos dijo, vale, no vale, y vuelve a caer, vale, y vuelve a caer. Y acá simplemente tienes un doble tope en la diaria que estás viendo acá, tu invalidación de eso, y aparte está justamente abajo del EMA 21. Tu invalidación literalmente, si puedes abrir algo que venga a checar, ponte un short, sería aquí, en los 75.41 o en el EMA 21. Y simplemente ponerlo arriba, tu stop loss arriba de justamente estos altos que tienes acá. Porque si rompes eso, muy probablemente vayas a darte una vuelta a los 78 y luego para abajo. Pero pues ahí lo tienes. Eso es Nike, damas y caballeros. Ok. Enovix. Shall we hit Enovix? That's another favorite that just dropped like fucking crazy yesterday. And today, I think.
Farhan,
oh, no, today's at 0%.
Oh, I was muted again.
It's like you remind me of that scene on Forrest Gump where he's playing football and he keeps running past where he needs to stop. So they all just get accustomed, like telling him to stop. Unmute your mic, Farhan.
We're good. Don't worry about it. Yeah. You already trained us to tell you.
There you go.
Right now, we are getting somewhat of a sort of
on the
short-term bounce signal on Bitcoin.
That pullback on VIX too might lead into
Bitcoin.
that ES1 bounce that we need so desperately.
We still got.
I'm telling you, this could be the biggest fucking around in history
until the market closes,
and they could turn it around. I still have faith in the disgusting people from the market.
The lizards will do whatever they can to shake everyone out.
100%. 100%.
All right, so right here on Enovix, we are kind of at a critical place. We have a silver cross right here, and now we're retesting the silver cross.
Is
And
it to the downside or to the upside? I'm
it's
sorry.
to the upside. The 21 cross over the 55.
Oh, yeah, I see it.
Right now, we're retesting it, and we're at the median zone right here, which is at $12.02. We're a little bit below it. And we're also below the 55, which is at $11.87. In order for this silver cross to still be valid and us to get a target of the 78.6% level, which is at $19.50, we would have to absolutely hold $12.02 on a daily closing basis. If we do not hold that, this silver cross is going to be invalidated, and we're going to get a what do you call it? A statistical target. I hate that word so much. A statistical target of around $9.31. And at that point, I'm thinking everyone's going to get extremely bearish after it dips below $10. So you're going to start shorting that. You're going to get a dead cat bounce from there to retest this top 38.2% level right around $10.
Possible.
I would expect a rejection from there and then retest these lows here at around the $5 area. Right now, it's on the ball is kind of still within the bull's court, but its time is running out. They have 3 hours and 55 minutes to close it above $12.02. On the daily, we're getting a fresh, the weekly, we're getting a fresh sell signal about to confirm on the jewel. If they do not close it below $12.02, this sell signal will confirm. And from there, we're going to most likely get that move down towards that sub $10 area. As you can see, every single time we have a fresh sell signal on the weekly, we end up getting a very significant dump. We had one here, we had one there, we had one. This was not as severe because it was not as high. We had one right here, and this was the same category as what we have right here, with the same magnitude of dump. Where from here it was about, just a small 69%. Good number. Right here on the opposite end, what the bulls have for hopium is that right here on the momentum, where momentum was at extremes, it's essentially reset right now. Momentum is back down to a neutral zone. So if the bulls do hold this silver cross, they hold this median, on the next weekly open, this momentum is likely to tick back up from the neutral zone and get another. It's going to give the bulls more fuel to retest this previous high over here. But if this continues into the negative zone and this jewel confirms into a sell signal, at that point I would wait for a retest of this median or this 55 EMA. I would use that as a short entry, and then I would target these previous lows. And the stop loss would be anywhere close above this median level. What bears want to see is on this next close, they want to see this close below that $12.02 zone, and then they want to see that median move up. So once it moves up, it means price is more bearish, and bulls have to work a lot more harder to flip the momentum. That's going to tell us we're not going to know that until today's close in 3 hours and 53 minutes. If it does lose this level, though, then it's bearish, and we're probably going to get somewhere between the magnitude of a 40 to 65% dump, is from my opinion. And that would put price. Let's see if we can get a rough target. Right around these lows. Exactly. Right around these $5 lows. Yeah. It's beautiful whenever they add up like that. Switch to the daily. On the daily, we are getting a little bit of a bounce right here at this 200 SMA, which lines up exactly with the weekly on our 55 and the median. Like every single time, this 200 has been pretty resistant, significant. We deviated above it. We got a huge dump. We managed to reclaim it. We got a huge pump. Right now, we're sitting right there. If you manage to close above this area right here, same level at the $12 level, this I'd say the bottom was most likely in, and then we would see on the weekly momentum start flip back up. But right now, it's leaning it's not exactly leaning more bearish than bullish, but it's at about a 50-50 zone. We did on this dump fill this gap too. So it's going to depend all where the bulls close the daily and weekly close today. If they manage to reclaim this resistance, they can get a decent sized move up to this 38.2% zone, very likely even higher based on how the weekly momentum looks. But until then, I would bet that this is a consolidation near resistance before we go lower.
Nice.
Support. My bad. Support.
Very clean.
Very nice. I would say I totally agree with you, but I always do because you know better. Aquí les va Enovix rapidísimo, lo estamos viendo en un time frame semanal. Quiero enseñarles simplemente el gráfico de qué es lo que está pasando. Pueden ver altos más bajos en cada una de estas, con bajos más bajos en cada una de estas, menos en esta acá. ¿Qué ¿Qué estamos esperando? Y en esta es bastante sencilla y los voy a poner en la diaria para que lo puedan ver. Estamos rebotando justamente en el S&P 200, ¿no? Que también coincide cuando lo pones en la semanal, acá un poco con estos niveles del 12.24, que es el IMA 21. Tienes el 100 en el 12.64 y el 9 en los 13.61. Ahora, en la diaria o en la semanal, como lo quieran ver, estamos en un nivel muy importante. Tuvimos un Silver Cross en un cruce plateado en la semanal y también en la diaria que tiene que aguantar. Básicamente esto es todo lo que tienes que saber de Enovix. Si aguantas los $12 con 2 centavos, el Silver Cross sigue siendo válido y eso va a ser muy bueno para los alcistas. El precio va a seguir empujando para arriba. Si rompes los 12.02 a la baja y confirma la baja, es bastante posible que vayas a tu siguiente objetivo que está por acá abajo de los $10, que justamente converge con esta línea que teníamos trazada en el gráfico que está por acá de los 9.50. De ahí, muy probablemente, si ya caíste a este nivel, vas a ir a revisitar estos bajos por ahí de los $5. Ok, así que Enovix está 50-50 en medio de las dos cosas, así que preparados para lo que se pueda dar con el movimiento de Enovix, como de que no. All right, boys, let's see. Have we looked at Tesla today? No, right?
No, we haven't looked at Tesla.
Let's look at Tesla right now. Let's look at Tesla
Let's
right
pull
now.
her up.
Because people were, and by the way, let me just share this. This is what we did last time. Look at this beauty. Look at this fucking beauty.
Oh, that is clean.
We set up this short. We said, you're going to put your stop loss right there. Look, it never made it above the stop loss. It tried to because it went above the SMA 200 on the weekly. So he tried to fucking eliminate as many people as possible, but not us. So if you took this short with us, you guys are fucking winning already. And you are right here already. So congratulations. I don't know if you did or not. The fuck do I know? But let's go.
Nice. So let's look at Tesla here on the weekly. Let me throw off the 21. Let's look at the weekly 9 and the weekly estimate 200. You can see here, weekly's not looking the best, and it's just like a lot of these things we're looking at. Today's going to be very important how a lot of this closes. The bull hopium right now would be that the weekly EMA 9 holds. What we don't want to see is what we're getting now, which is basically this weekly SMA 200 was basing a support, was looking very strong actually for a moment there, especially with this breakout. The issue was it just fizzled out. You know, we kind of got this doji here leading to the rejection of our resistance at $262.84. You know, it never broke this wick high here. That's why, you know, I really like using, you know, I like playing trend and understanding where the, you know, rejection highs are, lower highs. Why? Because just with the short Alejandro shared, it gives us easy, logical stop losses that, you know, if get hit, we don't want to hold the short, but, right, just even if it presses almost to it, it doesn't necessarily mean that. You know, it's trappy, predatory. Remember, markets don't want you to make money. So here we see here that the weekly estimate 200 is rejecting now. This is a very strong candle, has a lot of momentum down. We're losing the 9, something we want to hold on this closure. Let's say if we close like this, I would expect next week probably open up on a bounce on Tesla. I would then be watching for this weekly EMA 9 along with this $220 region to be resistance. Right, it makes sense. If we were holding this as support, we lost it, reclaimed it, it was support, then lost it here, right? Then we go rally up into it, reject it, that's the bearish retest. Now we lose this support along with EMA 9 support, which you can see held nicely since it got reclaimed on May 13th. The idea then, if we lose and close like this, under the 9, under support, well, probably next week opens with a bounce. We're right. I would assume a lot get bullish, but all that probably will lead to is another bearish retest. I could see us easily getting past the 9 on the weekly, right? Since, you know, there's still days before it closes, just probably leading to a bearish retest of this 220 region. So that's an area I'll be watching. Something maybe like this in the next week. I'll draw that a little better. So maybe we close like this, right? We rally up, back test the 9, not on the weekly. So let's go to a lower time frame because that'll help me a lot easier draw that. Yeah, so maybe this area will hold on the 2-day. The idea then would be that the 9 on the weekly gets lost, leading to a nice bounce like this, some consolidation, rally up, probably leading to a rejection into that bearish retest. There, I'd be looking at that 186 to 187 region to probably get hit. If we close losing the 9 on the weekly. Now, let's say that the weekly MA9 holds. The idea then would be we would just be focused on that holding along with this 220 area breaking. But it's like a 3-step thing. The bulls have to first reclaim this 9 on the weekly, which closes in 3 hours from now. And then once they do that, they need to reclaim this 220 region, which is an important level for Tesla overall. Resistance here, support here. And then once that's done, we have this massive SMA 200 on the weekly. If we can get above there, that'll look a lot better, for sure. But a lot of steps before that, so I'd just be focused on this 9 for this closure. Now let's throw the 200 off. Let's throw the 21 back on. Along with that 100, and let's go to a lower time frame.
Did you see, by the way, put on your 200 SMA on the weekly? You got fucking rejected there on this week's candle.
Yeah, no, massive rejection. And, that's just like the, this isn't strong. This doesn't show a lot of strength for me. The hopium is that, the weekly goes into that low 200 region, where also we see that weekly EMA 21 right around, but overall, no, that it's not strong, and that is disappointing to see. This was a perfect bearish retest. So if we lose the 9 on the weekly, just like how this rallied straight into it, rejected after getting lost, we would just assume that the 9 or meme line resistance will act as resistance, and we'll get just another bearish retest. Now in the lower time, very ugly though, clean rejection too. That was a clean entry on the short as well. Very logical, because where most will start shorting here on this weekly. We understand that probably a bearish retest around this level, just because of the significant level of this SMA 200 on the weekly, which we got rallied in, right? Late longs, late shorts got smoked, only for that rejection, and then now down. So let me go turn this off, turn the EMA back on, and we see nice confluence in this 180 to 190 region. So something to watch into next week, assuming the EMA 9 on the weekly gets lost. Now, if we go to a lower time frame on the daily, it's not looking the best. Potentially, to me, this looks like a lower high leading to the lower low. And then now what we see is on this daily, we're losing the EMA 100 on the daily, which is not good at all. We can see last time this happened was around here, leading to an impressive drop straight to our next meme line zone. From being lost, that was a nice 17% drop. Massive level for a stock. So that's kind of why I'm mentioning, if the weekly is not looking good, I'm not expecting the lower time frames to look even better. So, the idea then would be we need to see where potentially we'll find support, in times like this. You can easily put a line to this rejection high here, maybe find a little bit of support, but I just assume that if the daily closes like this, or if we keep dumping today and closes around 199, 200, it plays into the next week play where we probably do get a bounce, but we're probably going to reject around this zone here, right? This, EMA 100 now that's lost, along with this meme line support, which ideally will have confluence with that weekly EMA 9 being resistance right around that zone as well. So something to watch as well. Let me delete this for my chart, and then let me just go to a 4-hour. So that 4-hour not healthy at all, and you're even getting that nice confluence of 180, 186 probably going to be capped here. So definitely not the best. And I guess the hoping would be we already filled the gap though here. So I mean it's definitely filled now. But
there's one still down.
Yeah, there's a lot of gaps down actually. You could argue this already got filled though here, and then when we rallied up, there's a nice little gap right there. So you know, a lot of areas around, you know, and that gap sits right where that meme line I'll put it again. I deleted it though, but right here, you know, so, you know, would a bounce right in the zone surprise me? Probably not. And then if we do get a bounce, I would just look into maybe this daily EMA 100 coming like this, and then maybe price comes down like this, gets that bounce, only for it to reject off this daily EMA 100. Yeah, exactly. Leading to another lower high to a lower low, where this could be a nice bounce zone.
Very nice. Very, very fucking nice and simple. Thank you, sir.
Got you.
Ok, vamos, para empezar con Tesla. Esto es algo que me fascina y les he dicho varias veces. Voy a abrir con mi propia persona también. Es algo que me fascina y les he dicho varias veces. Poder enfocarte en pocas tablas, en empresas que te encantan, en cosas que puedes seguir todo el tiempo. ¿Por qué? Porque lo puedes conocer como la palma de tu mano. Y les voy a enseñar exactamente a lo que me refiero con esto, ¿ok? Ahí les va. Podemos ver, este es el gráfico de Tesla. Me voy a echar un poco para atrás para que lo puedan ver bien, para que entiendan de dónde venimos, etcétera. Este es el gráfico de Tesla. Básicamente, esto empieza en el 2020. Tuvimos los altos del 2021 y has bajado acá. Déjame quito las líneas para que puedan verlo bien. Y ahí lo tenemos, ¿no? Estamos en una temporalidad semanal. Ahora, esto es a lo que me refiero cuando digo cuando encuentras y entiendes una acción bastante bien. Voy a empezar por esto para que vean que no les estoy diciendo mamadas. No voy a parar hasta que quede entendido. El 24 de julio les dije Tesla 210, 206, deflación de resultados en Super Saiyajin. Seguimos en Super Saiyajin mode acá. Así que no se olviden de eso. Aquí fue donde vimos la semana pasada, estábamos platicando de hacer un short a Tesla y les dimos el cómo hacer el short. Literalmente, ¿por qué hicimos esto y por qué nos salió tan bien? Si lo pueden ver. El short no fue eliminado, está arriba de esta línea, intentó con todo. ¿Qué fue lo que usamos de indicadores? El SMA 200. Tienes el SMA 200 que viene por acá y dijimos, ok, si veo la línea morada que están viendo ahí, lo estoy acercando más para que lo puedan ver más fuerte. Esta línea morada va a ser el techo del movimiento, va a venir a tomarlo, intentar retomar el nivel y lo va a rechazar a la baja, por eso estoy apostando en un short. No voy a ponerlo inmediatamente aquí, justamente donde está la línea. Lo voy a poner arriba. Voy a tomar tantito más de riesgo y poner mi stop loss aquí arriba en los 2.35. Y vean, justamente el precio fue, lo intentó, no nos tocó nuestro stop loss y entró en nuestra zona de ganancia. Es por esto que les digo, es súper importante a todos ustedes que están empezando a poder enfocarse en pocas cosas. A nosotros nos encanta, un segundito. Here. Perdón, me trajeron un cafecito. Un segundito. Ok. Y lo que les digo es, nosotros no estamos enfocando solamente en Bitcoin, es lo que estamos viendo todos los días, estamos obsesionados, somos tres, obviamente dos de ellos haciendo análisis potentes, yo aquí estoy de pendejo aprendiendo poco a poco, pero lo pueden ver, estas cosas funcionan de verdad, esto es la semanal. Preguntas entonces, ¿cómo se ve Tesla? ¿Crees que va a bajar abajo de los 200? Yo creo que mi post con Goku te está diciendo que muy probablemente, y mi objetivo en el short son los 192.40. No estoy diciendo que lo vaya a tomar absolutamente por completo, pero cuando estás viendo temporalidades grandes, ve la semanal. ¿Qué tienes aquí abajo? El EMA 20, el EMA 21. El 20, estás perdiendo el 9, que es el verde. Ahora, vas a ir a intentar probablemente retestear esto en los 202. Para mí ya está hecho y vendido que vamos a ir a los $202 solamente por ese hecho, ¿ok? Cuando lo volteamos a ver en la mensual, puedes ver que Tesla está aguantando y está rebotando en el EMA 9 y perdió el 21. Y aquí abajo en los 150, que yo también personalmente creo, y esto va a tomar bastante tiempo, Tesla va a volver a retestear la parte baja de este canal por ahí de los $150 a cierto punto. No estoy diciendo instantáneamente. Recuerden, cuando vemos una temporalidad de un mes, literalmente estamos hablando de movimientos que toman 3, 4, 5, 9 meses en darse, porque es mucho más para adelante lo que estás viendo. Ahora, si nos volteamos a ver a la diaria rápidamente, podemos ver aquí hay confluencia del SMA 200 y el EMA 100. en los $204, que es lo que pone mi objetivo también en Twitter con Goku, que es por aquí justamente. Pero ¿qué es lo que estamos esperando racionalmente? Racionalmente estamos esperando esta zona, probablemente entre los 190 y los $200 para que el precio vaya a visitarla. Ahorita, sobre todo si te pones a ver temporalidades más bajas como la de 4 horas, has literalmente perdido todo. Veniste a intentar retomar el EMA 100, lo perdiste y ahora tienes el SMA 200 que está en los 189, que probablemente vaya a subir con todos estos cierres también porque el precio está arriba y lo vaya a llevar aquí a los 191. Personalmente, yo creo que puedes llegar a los 191 sin problema alguno. No sé cuánto tiempo vaya a tomar, pero es como se ve básicamente Tesla. Para todos ustedes que están siguiendo la acción de Tesla. Nvidia, son. Nvidia. You're muted, Farhan. By the way, I'm sorry. I was. We just got an espresso machine in this house, and my wife is making. Hey.
Wow.
So my wife brought me this. Pretty good. Oh, fucking amazing timing.
Yeah, I'm gonna run off real quick 1 second while you do Nvidia.
Do it.
It takes me back to Europe where you're trying to get a coffee and they give you those tiny ass little cups.
Oh my God. I fucking hate when they do that. It takes away so much from it, right?
Yeah. American coffee is by far elite. The only way to drink coffee is out of a white styrofoam cup. In Europe, you got to order 7 or 8 of those little espressos to even get a proper glass.
To consider it one in your regular American dictionary of food. All right, we're looking at Nvidia. Interesting.
All right, we're going to start with Nvidia on the weekly. We did fill this little gap right here, and we're finding some support at this 21 where we front ran on the previous move below. Right here on the momentum, we're getting a heavy move down. We are getting lower momentum than we saw on every one of these lows, and we're getting it by a good amount. So if we can confirm a low here, this will confirm multiple drives of hidden bullish divergence in the weekly, which is a pretty significant signal. But the only way to confirm that is you would need 2 closes above $120.16. If you get that, then you could easily target these breaking these highs over here. At the very least, 50% statistical chance that you would hit the $155 level, if not the $161 level. But
until above 122,
yeah, you would need 2 closes above $120.16.
God damn. Okay.
If you get 2 closes over here, this will be confirmed as a local low, and the divergence would be playable. But until then, the divergence doesn't mean anything. Like people will call bullish divergence here, and they'll be like, "Oh, the bottom is close." But it's not actionable. It's not confirmed until you get this local low above this previous high right here. You need 2 closes above this to confirm this is a deviation and a local low. Then you would have, see if I can get a better target. Yeah, so once you confirm that, that would be your target right up here, right around that 160 level. I don't think it's going to go straight up to 180, like all the way through. I think most likely it's going to find resistance between 150 and 160, come back down and retest this level. And ultimately, the final extension point based on that setup would be the 161.8% level, which is currently sitting at $180. Close this fib. Right here on the jewel, we are getting a fresh, not fresh, but about 1, 2, 3 closes so far on this sell signal. We're getting a god mode right here. Every single time we've had a god mode, we came back down. This time we front ran the 21 SMA. This time we're touching it. We want to see this start to lose its curvature. If we do keep holding this 21, it's going to keep moving up, and it's going to give us more support to more easily close above this red line and confirm a local low. At that point, this will probably start to curve back around. But until then, we have to assume it's still pointed down because it's pointed down heavy, and we still have not gotten this local low. So we would have to assume that it's bearish until we get that. Right now, we have supports right around this area here, this previous rejective high, and we have one. 97. And we have one at this gap right here where we just filled. Right here, we are holding this one for now. We do have another 3.5 hours to go. What best case scenario they want to do is, because I don't see it very likely at all to reverse this candle by the end of this weekly closure in 3.5 hours.
That would be nuts.
Hold. Yeah, that'd be insane.
Yeah.
That'd be the most epic bear trap of all time.
Of all fucking time, no doubt. I would actually go and suck Nvidia CEO's dick in front of everyone if they do that.
Did you see that one last conference they had where somebody had some woman had him sign her chest?
Yeah, I mean, listen, I don't think that's that exciting. I've already done that. If someone as fucking low level Z class influencer gets to
But you got to
sign
remember one
titties,
thing though. You got to remember one thing.
what?
Bro is a fucking computer nerd though.
Yeah, well, she's pretty
Is that
cool.
is that a top signal? Who knows? Right now, we are getting the everything pointing towards the bearish direction.
Yeah.
Right now on the daily, we're trying to reclaim this middle zone of the range right here. If that would correspond with us holding the 21 and consolidating there and then moving up from there. If we don't close above this line here at $106.47, this is going to be our next lower high, in my opinion. We're going to go down towards this low here and fill this gap. Probably get a little bit of a bounce here, maybe go sideways around here. And then at that point, I think we touch this 200 SMA around $80.66. What is telling us that possibly we will keep holding this level here, this red line. And on the previous, on the weekly, the 21 SMA is that on the daily, we are getting momentum starting to flip back up with volatility flipping down, and we're getting a fresh jewel buy signal in the bullish control zone. Let's mark that off on the 35. And I'll mark off with the vertical bar every time we had this set up. All right, that should be enough instances. Now we go back to the price and see what happened on the price every single time. Right here, we had a flip up from the bearish control zone to a buy signal. We ended up having marking this low here at this 55 EMA. It's so high that I have to reduce my scale so I can see how much we moved up. Yeah, just a small 70% move.
Tiny.
And on this one, I have a feeling this one's going to be even higher. Yeah, this one's just a small 113% move.
Jesus fucking Christ. This fucking stock is crazy.
This is the new Bitcoin.
Yeah, basically.
25% on this one. So at the very least, you usually get between a 25 to sometimes a 50% move. Sometimes it goes crazy and it gives you 100+% move.
So you want this, then the area that you're looking at holding is the 106.02?
Yeah, this red line right
For
here.
this to play out,
This
that's
is
it?
106.47, right around that zone.
106.
If this continues to hold and we close above here, I would expect this jewel setup to play out at that point.
Okay.
Because you on top of that, you add this statistic indicator, the HPDR, where we're getting upwards momentum and downwards volatility. The median over here becomes a magnet for price action. Right now, it's probably the weekly is about to close in about 3.5 hours, so it's going to move down to the next close. I imagine it's going to be somewhere around here at this 38.111 right here. Yeah, 111 basically, and that would also be this previous breakdown zone. So if we could reclaim that would put this setup into play, and at that point, I would, for my system, I would say this local low is in, and I would target this gap over here, right around $126. But more likely, this setup is going to keep playing out, and we're going to retest these previous highs over here. Right now, it's sitting at a very, very critical place. If it holds here, the system should play out. If it does not hold and it closes below this line, I'm thinking we're going to consolidate before we have a mega drop.
Yeah, for sure. And the cool thing about Nvidia, or the bad thing about Nvidia, is it loves waiting till last minute to make its move, right? Like we've seen it go down like fucking 7% and then it closes 12% green, which is crazy what he does. So anything is possible.
Nvidia likes to draw in the shorts and then use their liquidity to mega pump.
Yeah. I mean, fucking, it's literally as smart as Jensen Huang. That's his name, right? Jensen Huang.
Yeah. Let me see if there's any divergences on Nvidia.
Let's see.
Let's make this disappear for now.
Oh no, Joe Biden, he's 7% down on the day.
Doesn't seem like much for Joe Biden, to be honest. Right now, what we see that we absolutely do not want to see is that we have 3 drives of bearish divergence within the bullish control zone on the RSI. Every single time you get that, at the minimum, you go down to this middle zone. And we kind of have somewhat of a head and shoulders right here on the RSI.
Yep.
And we've broken below the neckline already. So at the very least, we would target this based on the RSI, this middle zone. And right here, it would tell us the price for the middle zone is somewhere around $98.50. So right now we have a statistical setup for towards $98.50. I'm thinking that's where Nvidia starts to fuck the bears and everybody starts freaking out below $100. They're like, massive reversal. It's going to come back down all the way towards these levels and erase this whole rally. I think that's where they mark the bear trap and it would go up from there. But we are getting a sell signal as well on the jewel. We're sitting at support, which would line up at that previous 21 EMA, and also that previous meme line. If this support does hold like it used to, like it likes to on the upward trending moves, like we had right here, we marked this low, that would take us towards that daily jewel setup on the buy signal to play out. But until then, we have to watch for this daily and weekly close and see if they can hold that meme line on the daily and weekly close. At that point, I would not necessarily say we're bullish from there, but I would say we would consolidate and we'd have a slightly higher chance of breaking out bullish from there.
Yeah, I got you. I think it's very interesting if you look at the monthly view and then look at the EMA 9. It's literally at 93.75, which with a couple of closes, it's going to go up, and it's probably going to go to that area of the $97, $98.
Yeah,
so
right there.
Kind of seems like it's heading in that direction.
On the monthly though, we still have 28 days and 4 hours to go, so it's a long time. But on the monthly, we have 3 drives to potential hidden regular bearish divergence within the bullish control zone. If this confirms at the end of this month, at that point is where I would say, all right, the bears are right, and we're probably going to retrace much of this move, because we'd have to target this middle zone at the 50%, and that would be below $60 at this point, about $57.94. But also with every passing week, this is going to rise up.
Yeah.
So, and since this is a monthly, it is going to take a couple months to play out. So I don't think it's going to go down all the way down here to this $57, $59 zone.
No way.
I think it's probably going to be somewhere around this 21 EMA, which is currently sitting in the 70s.
I have 69 as my target here, which is nice.
Nice.
Yeah. It's very mature also.
And what we're also seeing right here is that volatility has been sitting at the highs, the extremes, since around April of 2023. So naturally, this does have to come down. And right now, we are starting to get a little bit of volatility contraction. We're sitting at the moving average. If we get this daily and weekly close, the monthly close below this moving average is where we would go into a long-term consolidation zone like we did right here. And we'll see what price did when we were pulling down. At that point, price was still in accumulation zone because we were still on a buy signal on the jewel. Right now, the difference is that we have bearish divergence and we have a sell signal on the jewel on that side.
Oh boy.
So bulls would basically have to hold here, and they would have to have this volatility continue to expand towards the upside. Once we hit up towards this 100% zone, though, that's where I would consider taking all risk off towards the long side, and I would be looking for short watch up there, not necessarily to retrace the whole move up, but to find support somewhere around the around this 21 EMA, around like the $70 zone.
Yeah. I'm telling you, 6903. That's going to be it. That's going to be it. Hang on. I know Alex is back. All right. I'm going to do this in Espanol and let's go.
All right, I'm going to run to the restroom. Wait for that.
Do it up, son. Do it up. Ok. Tenemos Nvidia, que es lo que están pidiendo en este momento, y no es Nvidia, tenemos Nvidia, que es una compañía de chips, como todo el mundo sabe. Es bastante sencillo, honestamente, cuando lo estamos viendo en diferentes temporalidades. Esta es la mensual, esta es la semanal y esta es la diaria. Creo que es bastante entendible lo que está pasando en este momento. Vamos a ver en la diaria. Literalmente el precio está arriba, vino a rebotar encima del EMA 100, pero hemos perdido el 21 y el 9. Y eso pone un objetivo por acá, más o menos de los 80 en el S&P 200, que va a empezar a subir también. Podemos ver que tenemos varios niveles que respeta la acción. Nvidia se me hace una de las cosas más fáciles de leer de todas. Los 2 trades que hice con Nvidia me salieron bastante bien. Salí bastante, sobre todo el del bajón de acá me fue bastante bien. Esta es otra tabla que siento que es bastante fácil para todos ustedes si están enfocados en algo para aprender. Ok, tenemos 1, 2, 3 niveles importantes, empezando en el 116, el del medio es el 105, 107 y el tercero es 97.13. ¿Ok? Esos son niveles importantes. El precio de Nvidia en este momento está en 106,44 centavos. Recuerden que Nvidia es muy volátil y sobre todo intradiario cuando estamos hablando de ellos. ¿Por qué? Porque es importante recordar esto. Porque lo que quieres hacer es esperarte que tenga cierres en vez de intentarle jugar albergas, porque Nvidia está dispuesto a bajar 9% y cerrar arriba 15%. La volatilidad es algo que le fascina a esta acción y eliminar a los cortos y a los largos es su segunda pasión. ¿Ok? Lo voy a poner en la semanal para poder limpiar esto un poco y hacer este concepto todavía más sencillo de entender. Perdemos en la semanal el EMA 9, vamos para abajo y venimos a testear el EMA 21. Lo perdimos tantito, pero lo volvimos a retomar. Para volverlo un poco más fácil y para que todos entiendan de acuerdo todos los indicadores de Farhan por lo que estamos viendo, lo que queremos hacer es básicamente cerrar arriba de esto. Voy a poner una línea acá en los 106.24. Si cerramos arriba de los 106.24 y tenemos la próxima semana otro cierre encima de esta línea verde, y pónganlo en su tabla, señores, 106.24, aunque el precio ahí va para abajo en este momento. Si podemos cerrar aquí, los toros tienen asegurado por 2 semanas. No estoy hablando de esta, estoy hablando de otra, ¿ok? Esta semana acaba en 3 horas 20 minutos, pero vas a tener otros 5 días de trading la próxima semana para que entiendan esto. Si la próxima semana y esta puede cerrar arriba de los 106.24, muy probablemente el precio vaya a ir a retestear los altos de acá y de ahí se vaya para arriba. El objetivo para todos los toros, si lo pueden aguantar, es por ahí de los $180 en Nvidia. Pero, si no puedes aguantar esta zona, muy probablemente vayas a ver una caída bastante buena. Tu primer nivel, el siguiente primer nivel de soporte está en los 97.13. Y de ahí, tu siguiente nivel lo pondría en la mensual, sencillo para que todos ustedes lo puedan ver. En la mensual pueden ver dónde está mi EMA 9, está en los $94, pero el 100 está en el EMA 21 está en los 69.06, por lo que hay una alta probabilidad de que el precio después de los 97, si es que empieza a bajar así agresivamente, vaya a visitar los 69. Lo único que tienen que saber, alcistas, aguanten la línea verde en la que está parada el precio en este momento y tengan 2 cierres semanales ahí o arriba, y bajistas teniendo un cierre semanal aquí abajo de las próximas, no sea esta semana o la que sigue, eso te quiere decir que está favoreciendo hacia la baja esto. Así que todo bastante dividido, tal cual como los países y todo lo demás, pero eso es, damas y caballeros, Nvidia. ¿Cuál es la que sigue? Perdón, Andrés, solamente estamos haciendo una a la vez, pero nos gustaría también hacer Amazon, pero vamos a darnos grasa. Ya le dimos a Solana, un saludo a todo el mundo que está por acá. Vamos a ver Saba. Let's do Saba. Do you remember we looked up Saba, right?
Saba, yeah, it sounds familiar. Let me see.
Yeah, we did. We have some bullshit lines over here. 1 second, I don't know why I'm the only idiot here. That's Saba.
Science.
Seems quite simple. It's about to be rejected by the SMA 200 on the monthly.
Yeah, let me analyze. All I know is this with the group because I have nothing on this, but I'll form something publicly.
Let me see. Why would I I might have it. Oh, look at this. That's on the weekly.
What do these guys do? Do you guys know?
Very interesting.
On the daily. 19, 8-hour best performing small caps in July. Find out which one it is. Dividends, Saba does not pay dividends. Performance, technicals, buy, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Cassava Sciences engages in the development of novel drugs and diagnostics. It focuses on developing product candidates intended for treatment of Alzheimer's, including PT1-125 and PT1-125DX. The company was founded by Remy Barbier in May of 1998, and it's headquartered in Austin, Texas. So this seems a little bit legit, and I think they probably did some great findings, and this shit's fucking picking up like crazy.
Yeah, I see that. Wow.
Yeah, so let me put your chart on 1 second. There you go.
Nice. Yeah, so Sava is looking quite nice, actually, as you mentioned. I mean, it basically held where it needed to. This is on a monthly chart. And, the nice part about this monthly is uh, it, just a few days ago, it closed massively, very strong, too. Um, let me see here. Farn, would you consider this a monthly bullish engulfing?
It
I
did
would.
not. Did it trade below?
No,
It didn't trade below, so
no,
no.
No, it didn't. No.
almost,
Yeah,
almost.
almost. Yeah.
That would be
So
crazy.
that would have been just like, sprinkles on top of the Sunday. So ideally right now we got though a monthly above the 9. We're now getting, just like I mentioned before, this 21, even though the 9 can get above, often acts as resistance. But you can see here it's basing off of it nicely. Now, unfortunately, there is 28 days until this monthly closure. I wish it would close like this. So it's going to be interesting, but so far opening up very nicely and has momentum to go up. I do believe if we can break, let's say, it's this wick high here at $32.10, a nice push up. But if we can break that high, I do think we can have a nice squeeze easily to this 37 zone, potentially getting a lot higher. This chart is left a lot of huge inefficiencies, and when it likes to move, it moves quick, and we just see that here. I have no idea what overall the catalysts were to spark these, but big moves across the board. So that would be a welcoming sign. The reason why is because I do believe this was potentially the last lower high on the monthlies. So breaking that would be nice for bulls. As it would flip kind of the trend potentially to favor the bulls. Now, when we look at the weekly, though, we see here that it does have resistance at the weekly EMA 100 at $28. Massive weekly closure though across the board, which is it's nice to see this chart compared to others, because there's just been like a lot of charts that aren't giving nice weekly closures, but this one's strong. So I'll be watching to see kind of where this closes. I 3 hours and it's already pumped a good amount today, over 5%. So if somehow we can get back above this level, $28 would be a very nice sign. You can see price likes to hold it in support, and it's been flipped into resistance for a while now. So that'll be a very good sign on the weekly if we can get back above there, leading probably into the monthly,
Which, by the
closing
way,
nicely.
as it's going up, you can literally use as reference that little peak that it had to the left,
This one.
that, and go, basically where the candles start to the 29.54. I guarantee you that monthly average is going to get there because it's still below it.
So yeah, I mean, if we just stick for the visual, the audience here, it makes sense, right? And if it can get back, in my opinion, above this high here, it's just going to lead to a nice squeeze. Very much kind of like what we saw here, where price was coming down, right? It made this rejection high, fell and made a low, and then as soon as price on the weekly was able to break this high, it led into a nice move up, big squeeze up. So the idea would be something like that. If it can get the weekly back above this level, it wouldn't surprise me to see a nice expansion up. Now, if we go to the daily here, the daily is looking again bullish, and it makes sense. If the monthly is looking like it does, along with just the weekly like we saw, the daily should look bullish, and we see it's actually basing nicely off the daily EMA 100. For now on the third, this is the second base off of it. Ideally, what I'd want to see here is I'd want to see 3 or 4 above. The reason why I say it is because we don't want to see something like this. And the difference between here and here is we actually hit our extremity low. Formed some structure here and basically got the expansion, where here it was just kind of in the middle of this chart. So that's the welcoming sign. And this is a big spot. I mean, let me see here. Yeah, so ideally this is a spot where price does like to reject on the daily, and it also doesn't like to hold it. Out of curiosity here, So anytime price basically has back tested this after breaking out, it really hasn't been able to hold it. You know, even here, it even deviated a little bit, but then you know, reclaimed it, and then so this is the big area in my opinion. If price can actually hold this for a while, like you know, for a week, 2 weeks, I would be convinced that this is probably a major bottom that it put in my opinion.
Yeah.
And we can just see that, like, this daily EMA 100 just you know, price, the reactions are nice off of it, but like here we hit our resistance, deviate down. Okay, cool, maybe we're going to back test this on the daily, and then it just essentially, yeah, it doesn't like to hold it. So I'll be watching that. It's a good sign that here it held, here it's held. So you know, all just little check marks for bulls, signaling that this is you know, potentially some kind of bottom, and the momentum is definitely there in the sense that we can break out, and this is a legit company, and they are working on something that, you know, deeply hits people personally.
Yeah.
So
with Alzheimer's is fucking huge.
Very big, you know, and yeah. So you know, the 4 hours looking good. I think we easily, like you were mentioning, 100 can hit this $28 to $29 region. You know, this closes in 4 hours, 40 minutes, I mean. So we'll see where this 4 hour closes in 40 minutes. And ideally, what I'd want to see is ideally what I'd want to see, yeah, is just a little back test, see where this 9 closes. If it goes a little more up, maybe the 4 hour can open on a little red, kind of like how we did here, where we opened down, got bought up, leaving a beautiful wick. It seems unlikely, though, just because of the strength of this 4 hour. So we'll see, because ideally, yeah, this 4 hour is giving the next 4 hour lots of momentum to go up, potentially leading into the weekly, maybe getting above our level here at $28. That's kind of where I'm focused on this closure, is this weekly closure.
Was that past one, the 4 hour, right?
Yeah.
That also did have some bullish engulfing on there too. It engulfs all those previous candles.
That one is, yeah.
1 second. Yeah, very clean, very strong chart. You know, so it's giving a lot of bulls. It's giving them bulls lots of momentum to potentially get this weekly back above that EMA 100. So there will be a welcoming sign. I mean, we've been basically pressed down. It lost it here in middle of June, July, and then we basically rallied straight into resistance and then quick deviation down, and then it's just been resistance ever since. So getting back above that level will be nice. Strong chart overall, and yeah, will be interesting to see if this is some kind of low.
Let's see if it does. Let's see if it does. Here we go en español. Ok, estamos viendo Saba. Para los que no sepan qué es Saba, se llama Cassava Sciences. Cassava Sciences empezó en 1998, lo empezó la dama Remy Barbier, y es una empresa, una empresa farmacéutica que se dedica a lo que es el estudio de la enfermedad del Alzheimer's. Mucha gente no sabe esto, pero hemos estado buscando en el lugar incorrecto una cura para Alzheimer's. Han estado encontrando muchas nuevas cosas que pueden ayudar bastante para adelante en otros sectores donde nunca nadie se le había ocurrido buscar. Entonces, esto podría ser una de esas jugadas. Empezó en 1998, desde ahí viene el gráfico. Estoy en una tabla mensual, solamente quería para darles la visual de lo que están viendo en este momento. El último pico que hizo fue en julio del 2021 y desde entonces ha estado haciendo, pues simplemente bajando, pero podemos ver que en este momento parece que el precio está encontrando una buena zona para rebotar. Lo primero que estamos viendo en la semanal, y cuando pongo esto quiero que se den cuenta, es que estamos encima del EMA 9, encima del 21, encima del 100, y vamos a ir a buscar el SMA 200 que está en los 33.12. Una zona segura para pensar que el próximo objetivo es simplemente estos altos, estos máximos locales que están por ahí de los $29.54, para que lo puedan ver bien en su pantalla. Se los voy a expander. Ok, es lo que estamos viendo en la semanal. Cuando volteamos a ver la diaria, Vean todavía la fuerza y el momentum que lleva. El S&P 200 ya está abajo del precio, también el 21, el 100 y aparte el 9. Entonces, el momentum de la diaria es potente y tiene cara que va para arriba. Esta es una vela bastante alcista, al igual que esta. Y nos volteamos a las 4 horas. En las 4 horas pueden ver cómo venimos a rebotar al EMA 9. Ya estamos encima de todo lo demás, bastantes cruces de estas líneas, lo que probablemente nos está diciendo que el precio vaya a los 29.54. Es lo que estamos buscando. Poder romper esto y crear nuevos altos una vez que pasemos los 32.06 y tengas un cierre de confirmación. Tu siguiente objetivo van a ser los 37. Se ve bastante bien. Habías tenido un fondo acá, un doble fondo también. Es un double bottom que estamos viendo por acá, que básicamente nadie había pensado. Y aquí arriba tienes un gap. Déjame quito esto un segundo. Pueden ver este gap en la diaria. Tienes un gap aquí en los 27, lo que probablemente va a ir a buscar eso y muy probablemente tengas más gaps a la alza de este lado. A ver si podemos encontrar alguno. No, nada más tienes ese 27 que está básicamente asegurado. Se ve bastante bien, honestamente. No sé nada de esta empresa, pero tiene buena pinta y creo que han de haber descubierto algo chido y probablemente eso fue lo que pusieron en el reporte. All right, got it. I see you, Farhan. I see you. Wait, you're muted.
See you. Oh no, I didn't. It's
Oh,
right.
you didn't?
No.
I was like, come on, just pass it over. It would be amazing once whoever finds out how to teleport weed from one place to another. That'll be a game changer.
The federal government's gonna have an issue with that one.
Oh yeah, for sure, because they don't want us teleporting weed for free.
The minute we can fly with weed, America is going to be great again.
America's going to be mega great again. That'll be like a mega maga.
ALTM, what is that?
Let's see what the fuck that is.
Never heard of that.
Arcadium Lithium. Oh yeah. This is on a beautiful downtrend. Beautiful. I've seen many downtrends in my life. I tell you, beautiful, beautiful downtrends. Downtrends that people couldn't believe I saw, that they were so down and they were trending there.
Wow. Yeah.
There's not much price history on the weekly on this. Bro knows what to do downtrends, considering failed hotel. I mean, casino.
This is a great representation of what stair steps up, elevator down is on the weekly. Wow.
It's a real fucking thing. Wow, this is a terrible graph, dude. The monthly is actually ridiculous. If you want to just make yourself laugh a little bit, it looks like stairs on the way down.
Good lord.
Like straight up.
All right, so right here we have a clear downtrend on the weekly. I'll put on the monthly, but there's really no price action.
No. It's just for you to enjoy.
This is literally just down only. Literally down only. This thing has never known what an uptrend is.
Never.
It like didn't even find any support around here. It bounced a little bit and ended up just going straight down. And it's playing slow cleanly too. How it's deviating above these lines and then going straight down to the next one. Deviation again, straight down. Smash through this one again. Right now we have our weekly support right here, which we're currently smashing through by a lot. We don't have we literally don't even have any price action to get any real targets based off of, because this thing is from January of 2024. But this is not going to be something you should take this with a grain of salt. But if we lose this line right here, the next statistical range would be around $2.50. And if we go to the momentum indicators, you can't. This is pointed up right now, but I do not trust this one single bit because how little data we have, and right now volatility is pointed down as well. I would not trust that either. Let's see if we can get anything more clear on the daily. Yeah, so you see on the daily, since there's considerably more data, you can see momentum is heavily pointed towards the downside, while volatility is flipping up, and we have a sell signal here on the jewel. We have a gap right here. If we do end up flipping this up, I would say that because it would be a little too easy for us to go straight down from here, and there's no free lunch in this market. What I think would happen is that we if this can close as a doji or maybe even green, we could get a little test up here, fill this gap, touch this 5 EMA, possibly even this 9 EMA. And then from there, I think it would roll over again like it historically has every single time. Because once a certain asset tells you what it's going to do, you should believe it, and it's going to do that. It's been every single high, every single one is another lower high and a continuation of the downtrend. You're better off betting on continuation than you are betting on a reversal. On the 12-hour, I'm sure we're starting to flatten out in the jewel here. Not that much. Check the 6. Not even that. I'm trying to find some type of hopium here for the bulls. I'm not finding it at all.
Good luck. Yeah.
Literally nothing. I don't even have anything right now giving me any indication that we could get a bounce up here to fill this gap. On every single time frame, we have momentum pointed heavily towards the downside. I'm gonna take the opportunity once again to say you guys don't have to play this stuff. It's a whole market out there.
Yeah, there's a lot of things
stuff you don't touch.
Yeah.
Unless you're shorting it.
And I wonder how much liquidity there is in this bullshit. There's only $11.5 million of volume in the average volume in 30 days. Right now, it's below that, 961. Not looking good. But I'll share. Look at my analysis. Are you ready?
We're ready, sir.
I want you to be fucking ready for this. It might even be a little bit more complete than yours. Here we go. There you have it. It's just down.
Down only.
It's just down.
Just draw a line straight down. Be like, analysis complete. All you need to know.
This is all you need to know. No, I mean, I'm lazy. You went through all the things, but this is all you need to know. Okay, I'm going to do it in Spanish. Esto es ALTM. No sabemos qué sea, pero no se ve nada bien. Literalmente, niños, no, chavos, rucos, no tienen que entrarle a todo. Esta es una de esas cosas que no tiene historial. Empezó en enero del 2024, por lo que no tenemos información relevante. Farhan intentó buscar por más que pudo algo de hopium para todos ustedes que son alcistas en esto, o bueno, para los 2 o 3 que estén tradeando esto, porque el volumen es muy bajo, y simplemente no hay. Estás en un gran bajón. Lo único que debes de hacer es intentar no shortear ahorita. Estás en medio de la nada, puedes ver eso. Estas madres no van a servir para nada, tal vez exactamente. Estoy en la semanal, lo voy a poner en la diaria, tal vez eso nos dé más play. Pero estás abajo de todo, lo puedes ver acá, estás creando una especie de doji. No estás peleado con la idea de ir a buscar la media del canal y luego volver a bajar a la parte baja del canal, por lo que nada descarte que puedes llegar hasta los 13. Sí, ve, hay un poco de confluencia con el EMA 9, acá en los 13.18. Tal vez esto vaya a querer seguir ahí y después para abajo una vez más. No hay nada, absolutamente nada que te diga que esto le va a ir bien en ningún tiempo en corto. Así que estén al pendiente con eso, porque no es bueno entrar a estas cosas. Por más que yo les haya, también siento que a veces es parte de mi responsabilidad y les digo siempre esto, porque nosotros fuimos a buscar. Perdón. Porque yo personalmente les dije, siempre voy a ir a buscar algo que esté muy castigado antes de comprarlo, pero son empresas que yo creo en de todo corazón. Cuando les dije eso de Rivian, lo creo de todo corazón. Cuando les dije Lucid, yo creo en los árabes de todo corazón, no en Lucid, etcétera. Entonces, solamente quería hacer ese paréntesis porque no tienen que comprar cosas así. Hay muchas otras jugadas que son más fáciles y no se trata de solamente comprar cosas castigadas. Tiene que tener fundamentos excelentes para poder rebotar. Ahora, quiero tomar tiempo para que se vengan a dar una vuelta aquí. I'm just going to share with everybody here. Come over to our Discord. Vénganse al Discord de Elite Trading Academy. Bastante fácil de usar. El análisis de Alex Shiva y los enlaces están en la descripción del video para que puedan entrar. Es absolutamente gratis. Aquí tienen los análisis de Farhan. Aquí tienen todos nuestros enlaces oficiales. Tienen nuestro enlace de BitGet. Tienen nuestro enlace de Bluffing. Tienen nuestro enlace de TradingView también. Acá es donde vienes a decir hola. Aquí es donde piden qué tablas quieren ver y se las ponemos. Aquí es donde compartimos también noticias. Tenemos también para compartir todas sus ganancias. Y nuestro chat general, por supuesto que sí. Un saludo a todos los cracks que andan por acá. ahora sí que platicando, lo que sea. Si quieren venirse para acá, es gratis. Y de nuevo, si están buscando un exchange que utilizar o cualquier cosa, lo tienen acá en Partners. Literalmente, estos son nuestros links oficiales. Les pueden dar sin problema clic. Nosotros lo pusimos ahí y ahí los puede llevar a BitGet, a Bluffing y también a TradingView. Y usando nuestros links siempre les van a dar alguno que otro regalito. Así que no lo olviden para seguir a estos cracks y que puedan seguir haciendo más dinero. All right, VFC. Now, I feel like I answered something to Jose already. I did, so I'm sorry. I'm going to have to skip him. We're just trying to get as many people as possible here. Cristobal Reyes. Let me see if I already answered some for him. I don't think so. Okay. Let's do this one. What the fuck is he asking? Christopher. IWM.
Let's pull it up.
IWM. I'm pretty sure I just did this one.
Did we look at this on stream?
We might have. I have a big target right here.
I thought we did when we looked at everything, but maybe not.
Yeah, this target goes to shit because this thing got rejected and now it's dropping like a fucking fly going into, but you'll see it. I don't know. I might have just done it in a live stream myself. So people want to ask real pros.
No worries. Here, let me do it. I'll show my ranges at least. Yeah, let's see. And we're getting that nice little bounce here. Well, I guess the monthly is not going to show it. Oh, what?
There you go.
So yeah, let's see if this is we can get a bounce and ES1 can recover the weekly, the must hold area on this. But with let me see here, IWM, let me show that. Just had it up. So yeah, we see here we're now just back in the range. Terrible weekly close that we're getting now.
Terrible.
Yeah, so ideally the hopium here is we really want it to, and this can happen because we do have 2 hours and 54 minutes. Let's get the weekly back above $209.96. Would be welcoming, and I just look at this then as a back test of the EMA 9. What we don't want is just the deviation of it, and especially losing that 207.61 level. But so far, not looking good. Very strong closure to the downside. And even if this weekly closes above the 9, it doesn't mean next week it can't lose it. It just gives bulls a little bit more hopium that it can be a backtest of the EMA 9 until proven otherwise.
I'm sorry to jump in. Also, the left candle, like the third to the last, right? That's a topping candle. The one on the right kind of didn't confirm or deny it. And now you have a bearish engulfing candle on the right.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's basically engulfing totally these 2 weeks of price action. Yeah. And then on top of it, you could argue that this was the reversal doji candle. Farhan, you can correct me if I'm wrong. I believe this can be like almost like a doji, right? Because of the
I think the body is too big.
Is it? Okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So then, yeah, ideally, this I don't look as so much as a reversal because we didn't get follow through with it. This acted almost like a bear trap because then we got the expansion up. But the issue with this high, in my opinion, was it just couldn't break this.
Exactly.
This was dirty though because it went up, rejected, and then fully deviated this week. Very ugly. So yeah, no, I see that absolutely. So right now I just be focused on this 9. At that $209 region and 93 cents. I think that could at least give some hopium that maybe that'll hold. The daily is not looking good. It opened massively down. It's how it looks now. This daily could turn into almost like a top candle. We'll have to see if it closes green, A. B, if it closes red, depending on how it closes, like if it closes this candle red, this to me could look like a red doji top candle. Now, if this goes fully red, this could have a nice body down overall while losing support. Now, let me just go to the 4 hour and we are approaching the 4-hour EMA support, EMA 100 support right at $202.23. Would probably expect a bounce there or some type of bounce, assuming we do lose this level. This level is pretty big on the 4-hour, so it's a level that we definitely want to hold. Ideally, a nice flip into support, while the weekly is basically just back testing the EMA 9, assuming it gets bought up around here. So interesting weekly closure incoming, right on the edge, and so far as it stands, it's definitely not looking good. And there's definitely right now, especially since it's under the weekly 9 EMA 9, it's already losing the steam. It didn't really hold it. The hopium is that it can reclaim it because it's not too far along, considering there is over 2 hours still left in the closure.
Well, good luck to anyone holding this bullshit. That's all I have to say. Ahí te va mi querísimo Cristóbal. IWM, que es parte del Russell. Puedes ver cómo logramos venir a este tope. Estamos viendo la semanal en este momento para que tengan una idea. Cómo pudiste venir a este tope y tuviste un gran rechazo y aparte te hizo un fake out a la alza. Te dijo, sí, voy para arriba. Puro palo, güey. Aquí tienes una vela que te dice tope. Ahora, en la semanal, esta vela de tope te pidió que confirmara esta. Esta vela jugó y le dijo a todo el mundo, no se preocupen, vamos a confirmar aquí arriba, pero no lo hizo. Tampoco confirmó abajo diciéndote que se iba a ir para abajo, simplemente la jugó completa. Pero esta vela es una vela envolvedora bajista porque está envolviendo el precio de estas 2 semanas pasadas y ahora va para abajo. Es lo que estás viendo en la semanal. En la diaria, acabas de literalmente perder el EMA 9, estás rebotando en el EMA 21, quieres aguantar esta zona de los 216.67. Esta es una zona muy importante para el precio. Si no puedes aguantar esta zona de los 216.17, muy probablemente vayas a caer. Ahora, esta vela, que es básicamente un doji que se está formando, es indecisión, pero pueden ver que aquí tenemos el EMA 100, por lo que probablemente vayas a darte una vuelta aquí. Esto va a subir de acuerdo al cierre, entonces puede que esté cerca de lo que es, entre comillas, un fondo, ¿no? Pero si volteas a ver la semanal, que esto es lo que te va a dar una mejor idea de el precio, lo que acabas de ver aquí, por más que esto haya sido un poco más alto que esto, sigue siendo más bajo que esto. Es un bajo más alto que este. Tuviste aquí un bajo más bajo que todos los demás. Oficialmente no estás todavía fuera de nada. Acabas de perder el EMA 9 en la semanal. Quieres aguantarlo de nuevo. Tu nivel, más o menos para aguantar bien, serían los 212. No quieres romper los 205 y de ahí tu siguiente objetivo serían los 196. Si te vas a los 296, yo creo que ahí hay buena resistencia y buen soporte, porque puedes ver la confluencia del SMA 200 y el EMA 100, más o menos por acá en los 196.69, que probablemente sea el siguiente objetivo del precio. Ahora, ¿pierdes esos? ¿Qué te digo? ¿Qué pasa cuando pierdes el EMA 100? Pues tienes unas caídas brutales, ¿no? No tienes... Sí, básicamente caídas brutales. Así que pendiente a lo que va a ser el precio y el cierre semanal que se viene en unos minutos, a ver si puedes cerrar arriba de los 210 y tal vez recuperar algo de lo perdido en este terreno por acá si eres alcista en el precio de esta madre. All right, let's go. Somebody's asking, how do you do a short? We already showed it. Is there any examples you guys can set up on that, do you think? Or
Yeah, you press the red button.
No, yeah, I mean, we could use Alex's
domain.
Let me see here. Yeah, we can use Solana as an easy example real quick because we went over Solana too. The fact that it has a deviation, shorting is really easy because it's just if this and that kind of stuff. So let me show you guys on Sol real quick. So let's go to the daily. So yeah, right. Sol had this deviation here. It's really easy. Essentially, what I would have done on this is I would have seen that we did lose support. I would have referenced this area here as basically once this happened, a lot of weakness happened. So that's kind of what my thesis would have been based on. And how I would have looked at this is I would have seen first that the daily lost a 9 here. on this candle, I would have shorted this daily EMA 9, even though it was above support. I still don't like the fact that the daily lost the 9 and also closed like this is a horribly terrible candle. So that would have been enough fuel for me to take the short right here at the EMA 9 on the daily. This short would have been in profit had I would have taken it right here, right? Maybe I would then, it would have been a big stop loss, but my stop would have been, let me just put it in. The nice part about trading views, they allow us to represent this nicely. So then basically what I would have done simply is I would have had my stop. And right, keep in mind when I trade or short altcoins, I'm using like 3, maybe 4x leverage. I don't like using high leverage because I need to have a high invalidation. And essentially it would have just been this wick high, right? The whole basis then on that would have been this whole daily candle was ugly, terrible. So if we lost the EMA 9, I'll short the retest of it. I'll have my stop to start with at this wick high rejection. The assumption would be that the 9 will first act as resistance. If not, this meme line will act as resistance. And then if that doesn't happen, then the theory would be this candle shouldn't get engulfed in a green candle. If it gets to a point where it's breaking these highs here, I don't want to short this. And then I would have targeted down here. So then when I'm even on low leverage, the risk to reward here is still massively good. And then at this point, had the breakdown happened, let's say we totally missed this breakdown on the daily, and you trade lower time frames, it's simple then. You would have, let's take this away. What I would have done simply is, okay, cool. This just lost my meme line. I'll easily short this because you have to remember this whole thing never happened. So I would have simply shorted the EMA 9 as soon as it lined up with my meme line resistance here at 170. And I would have had my stop here at 172.878. We'll call it 173. Right, and the theory would have just been that that's the deviation. You short the bearish retest and you simply target this, having your first TP at the 4-hour EMA 100. And the nice part about this trade is I can still get a very good risk to reward even if I take it to the EMA 100, and I can have insane size and insane leverage on this trade because my invalidation is very tight, extremely tight. And there's a reason for that because I am taking the trade that we are deviating here, right? I have to look at this and be mindful of that. But what the chart's telling me here is we just lost major support. And now we rejected it. So then I'm going to look for a bearish retest here. But I understand these altcoins are dirty and Bitcoin's dirty. So the stop loss would have to be this wick high rejection. But for me, that's an easy invalidation. I'm only losing 1.5% to make 11% if I took it to the EMA 100, or in this case, 16.8%. That's how I would have shorted, and that's how I do short. You know, not hard at all, super easy. Maybe it takes a few hours staring at the charts and waiting for some 4-hour closures, but overall, if you trust your system and especially these meme lines, then yeah, this would have paid and you would have been nicely up, and then boom, stop loss break even, and you have a free trade. So that's how I would have played it.
Basically, yeah. Well done, well said. And now I'll just translate it to Spanish real quick. Vale, pues, estás preguntando, César, cómo hacen los shorts, pero no sé si estés preguntando exactamente si estamos usando el exchange o si se puede hacer en el exchange o no. Déjame, veo algo rápido. No estoy logueado. No me va a dejar. Ok. Vamos a platicar de él en Solana, ¿ok? Estamos viendo la tabla diaria. Déjame pongo rápido la semanal, ¿ok? Diaria y 4 horas. Perfecto, ok. Simplemente lo que dice Alex es bastante cierto y bastante sencillo de entender. Aquí, en cuanto rompes, porque tenemos nuestros EMAs, recuerda, el 9 es el verde, el amarillo es 21, el rojo es 100 y el morado es SMA 200. Los otros son EMAs, ¿ok? Lo que haces es, cada que pierdes estos dos niveles, cada que se pierde la línea naranja, la línea amarilla y la línea verde, tienes caídas considerables. Lo puedes ver aquí atrás, lo puedes ver aquí abajo, lo puedes ver cuando te trepas encima de las líneas, el tipo de reacción a la alza que tiene. Bueno, lo mismo a la baja. ¿Qué pasó aquí? perdiste las dos líneas. Entonces, ¿qué vas a hacer? Sencillo. Pones una línea donde se ha demostrado que hay resistencia y también soporte, que es esto. Puedes ver cómo el precio intenta romper, no puede, se queda arriba y ahora no puede romper a la baja, intenta irse para abajo, pero no está cerrando arriba de la línea. Entonces, encuentras tu soporte y encuentras tu resistencia. Esto coincide también con este nivel acá del EMA 9 y el EMA 21. ¿Quieres ser un poco agresivo? Te vas a la de 4 horas y ves exactamente eso, dónde se perdieron por acá. Ok, entonces, ¿qué vas a hacer? ¿Qué vas a hacer? Lo vamos a poner sencillo en la diaria. ¿Cómo haría el tío Salo este short? Yo haría bastante sencillo. Te metes aquí, pones short position y ve, perdiste esto y perdiste esto. Voy a hacer un poco no tan agresivo y voy a poner mi línea justamente ahí, donde se perdió el EMA 21 porque ya perdimos el 9. ¿Dónde pongo mi invalidación para poder cerrar el corto con stop loss? Esto quiere decir que no voy a perder más dinero de esto. Lo pondría aquí arriba. Arriba de esta vela y tantito arriba porque eso me va a dar una confirmación. Si el precio llega a subir de acá y todavía puede trepar más, no vale la pena quedarte en este trade. Pero ahora tengo mi target a la baja y mi target a la baja lo puedo seguir ampliando hasta casi me quiero volver loco. Lo puedo poner en el SMA 200 o en el EMA 100, que también coincide con donde ha estado esto. Probablemente lo pondría, o puedes encontrar un meme line como este, donde haya un poco de consolidación, y es esto, ¿no? Que básicamente te está diciendo que en el 154 hay un buen nivel de resistencia o soporte. Eso quiere decir que hay dinero intercambiando manos a ese punto. Entonces, ahí lo pondría para empezar. Esto es lo que harías. Tienes un riesgo de un lado de 3,19% para que se vaya en rojo y en verde 12,9%. Es básicamente eso. Y aquí puedes vender o toda tu posición o 50% de tu posición o 25% de tu posición. Si lo buscas, es así de fácil. Punto. Así es como creas y ves un short. ¿Cómo puedes invalidarlo? Simplemente lo estoy invalidando porque si me subí de esto y aparte volví a romper esta vela para arriba, muy probablemente si ahora viene de acá para arriba es una vela verde bastante fuerte, el momentum sería impresionante y pues para qué estar en ese short. Pero también otra cosa que dice Alex que es muy cierto, no quieres ponerle cuando estás shorteando meme coins o bueno, shitcoins, que es cualquier cosa menos Bitcoin básicamente, nunca quieres usar una gran cantidad de leverage porque los movimientos de apalancamiento, porque los movimientos son gigantescos. Entonces, quieres usar algo entre 3 y tal vez 6%, 3 y 6x máximo en este tipo de movidas para que no te la toren completita. Es básicamente todo. Guys, I want to know if we're going to tell my boy Joselan that he fucked up. He just bought Intel. And I'd say, I haven't looked at the chart, but Intel just dropped 25%. I'm going to go ahead and say that probably has way more downside. So let's go look at Intel. And I'd recommend to people, don't do this bullshit. Oh my God. Yeah. Oh, it still went way further down to $20.
That is a death candle on the weekly.
Yeah, this is terrible. Yeah, I wouldn't. Oof, this guy fucked up big time. And it went under. Oh, holy shit.
I already have my chart drawn up from last time. Looks like
me too. Go ahead.
The same target. Let me share my chart. All right. So right here, I had these Fibonacci levels drawn before, where I said that if we drop below this golden pocket right here, we're very likely to come up. We were over here, I believe, last time around, somewhere in this zone, where this is probably going to be our next zone of rejection, because the golden pocket is a very significant level that likes to hold as resistance or support. It held as resistance all this time. You would naturally expect it to hold as support, but considering it didn't, it shows you that this is an extremely bearish asset. And then we went up, we retested it, and made a nasty candle right here, where it was this a bearish engulfing? Let's see. 30. The low of this one is 32.85, and the low of this one is 32.82.
No,
so not quite
by nothing,
but very, very close.
Yeah.
But the significance was that we rejected this 21 EMA twice and closed sharply below it. And since we got a close below this level here, this is this 78.6% level, that gives you a target of the 161.8% level, which right now is over here around $16.52. So if you would have taken that trade based off that our last the time we covered it, where we were talking about how this area was very likely going to be a rejection, your stop loss would have been right here, and you would have been in profit currently about like 45%.
Not bad, I'd say.
Not too bad. You have right here as well where we deviated above this 200 SMA. Let's see if we can find the previous history of significance. It was another deviation over here, and it's been support ever since right around like 2021. It's been a significant level, and we ended up losing it on this deviation in January of 2024, and ever since then it's been just basically dying. Over here we see on the jewel we had a buy signal before when we were retesting this previous resistance zone in this golden pocket. And now we went up to this resistance, which is this slow moving average. And now we're flipping over, curving over, and it's about to give us a sell signal. Based on this weekly closure, if we close anywhere like this, I would say that we have an 80 to 85% chance next week we're going to open up on a sell signal. It's not going to be confirmed, but based on how the price looks, I feel like kind of confirmation is just a formality, and it's most likely going to confirm. On top of that, we see that we had a slight green in DMI right here when we were getting that retest of that golden pocket. Right now, we've lost that, and cash flow has once again flipped negative, and we've broken the low that we made over here, where we had made a support, which tells us that we're probably going to hit this area right here on the jewel. The jewel is not an indicator that you can get the price target from these levels, but it would tell you that based off of the Fibonacci adding to it, that you would almost your first target would be this 161.8% level at $16.50. I don't think it's going to go straight through that. Once we hit it, I feel like we're going to get a little bit of a bounce right here, come back towards somewhere of this meme line right here. I feel like we're going to reject that and then go down. And right now, I wouldn't even really have like a realistic target to give you. I'd have to go back so far into the price action to get like a better level.
Let me see. I have it in a monthly. You had said 19, somewhere around 19 sounds about right.
All right, so if we do lose that line, I would expect us to come somewhere around this previous zone where let's mark off the significance of it. It was around $17.75.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's what me and Alex say all the time. Whenever we get the same target from a different method, it's usually pretty reliable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then the one below that, we have there sitting at $12.
Yeah.
Let's check out the monthly view right here. Oh my God, I hate when I do that. Right now on the monthly, we're smashing through all of these support levels, and this monthly support lines up right here with this 161.8% level at $16.52.
And by the way, just look at the last monthly candles. Holy fuck.
Yeah, this is just dirty.
Yeah.
This looks like death. It looks like China is about to invade Taiwan, to be honest.
Wait a minute, is that it? No.
If we do get a strong reaction here, I would still consider it a bearish retest and bearish unless we can come back here and close above this previous high. As long as we don't close above this previous high, I feel like we're gonna reject around this zone of here and come back down towards this line over here around $12. Right now, I would bet more than not that we're gonna come down towards this 161.8% level. We've already basically gotten the confirmation because this is such a huge red candle on the weekly. We have, how much time do we have left before it closes? Oh, this is the monthly, but we have 28 days until it closes. Very unlikely that it ends up moving up like 50% before the month closes. I mean, we've seen some crazy stuff like that in crypto. We don't see this in traditional markets, especially with a company as with the magnitude of Intel. They don't move.
Well, this is fucking massive. And also, if you look back, the SMA 200, for example, along with the EMA 100, the 21 and the 9, the 9 and the 21, it's never been completely under all of those.
Yeah.
And now it is.
We also have a monthly silver cross of the downside, which is huge. Let me see when the last time we've had that. We've had a silver cross to the upside since July of 2011. Holy shit. The last time we had a silver cross on the monthly was in 2002. That gave us, from the cross, let's draw that, a 65% move down in the last silver cross on the daily. So if we were to draw the same amount of move from this silver cross, let's see what we would get. So around, where did we cross? We crossed right there. Right now, we're down about 53%. If we were to go down to this 161.8% level, it lines right up with that 65% number.
So $16, here we go.
$16, here we come on Intel. Maybe within the next 6 months, we hear China has invaded Taiwan. The charts would have told us beforehand.
Damn, that's another 25% down from where we at right now. And by the way, isn't this a little scary? Like a company like Intel, a company like Nike, just like in completely, like you look at those charts and they're telling you like, dude, we're going to go out of business. Like how the fuck?
I have an idea. Let's see what this is looking like. This is not nearly as bad, to be honest.
No, AMD's holding.
Yeah. AMD's at the monthly 21 right now. We are getting the first signs of a sell signal. We have about 28 days to confirm it. If we do lose this 21, that's when we would confirm the sell signal on the monthly jewel. And from there, we can expect like somewhere in the ballpark of a 60% drop, which was around the same number that we had on Intel. AMD has not nearly had that same amount of move yet. I feel like if it is bearish and Intel is going to break down, AMD would be the one that follows it, and that would be the short opportunity. I would not trade Intel at that point because it would be too far down. Not an ideal zone to short, but the one that I would look at shorting would be a retest of somewhere in this zone on AMD if we get that follow through on Intel.
I like that parallel trade that you just set up. Really like it. Nice fucking job. Thank you, sir.
Very clean.
Ok, en español, Joselán ya hizo su comprita de Intel. No sé cómo decirte esto, Joselán, pero muy malas noticias de acuerdo a lo que estamos viendo en la tabla. Estás viendo la tabla mensual, literalmente la tabla mensual de Intel. Y déjame te digo las malas noticias. Nunca en la historia de todo esto, aparte de en pequeños momentos, has roto todos estas líneas chistosas que ves de diferentes colores al mismo tiempo. Nunca. Esta es la primera vez que lo haces en el rango en donde estás. Puedes ver de dónde estamos sacando estos números para que tengas idea de dónde va el precio. Está simplemente el precio en este momento dándote ilusión de que se va a quedar en este nivel que es del 1996, pero no lo va a hacer. De acuerdo a los indicadores que tenemos, si volteamos a ver la tabla, sobre todo en la diaria, puedes darte cuenta que acabas de perder absolutamente todos los EMAs, SMAs, el EMA 100 que veniste a retestear, intentaste hacer un fake out a la alza. Y aparte yo creo, antes de enseñarte eso, déjame simplemente, vamos a hacer tantito análisis técnico sin eso. Muy sencillo, pones esta línea, rompe el precio a la baja, va a volver a retestear, falla y tienes esta gran caída. Esto fue literalmente algo bastante sencillo de ver. Ahora, estás cayendo acá. ¿Qué podemos ver rápidamente en la tabla? En la tabla y sobre todo viendo momentum y a dónde va el precio, literalmente perdiendo estos niveles, el porcentaje de caída que te da coincide con un nivel por abajo de los 17 y cacho. Dice, entre Farhan y yo sacamos, era 16 y medio. Entonces, muy probablemente vayas a caer a esta zona y voy a poner, veamos, hay caritas tristes. Esta es la zona del frío, lo vamos a poner en los 16 para que sepas a dónde va tu inversión en Intel en caída, que decimos nunca compres. Más o menos va por acá. Este es tu objetivo. Para que sepas, en Intel es muy probablemente a donde vayas. No hay ni siquiera nada que podamos decir que digas, güey, va a tener un cierre arriba de esto o abajo de esto. Literalmente estás en picada para abajo. Entonces, no es buena decisión comprar este tipo de empresas o comprar cualquier tipo de caídas hasta que veas que está deteniéndose el momentum de la bajada. ¿Por qué? Porque vas a aguantar la posición por mucho y vas a seguir perdiendo, puedes seguir acumulando. Pero también tienes que entender, ¿va a subir esto algún día de precio o no? Personalmente no tengo ni idea, no soy uno de esas personas que siguen Intel religiosamente de cerca, así que no te puedo decir, pero es como se ve la cosa por estos momentos. You boys want to do the NASDAQ?
Yeah, might as well. I mean, we looked at ES1, so might as well just.
You know, I'm willing to look like a retard, but right now I'm getting the feeling that crypto gets a little bit of a move up this weekend.
I think Trump said something right now.
You think so?
Yeah,
I just think
getting
it's holding. By the way, it's holding really fucking well. It bounced on the weekly of the EMA 21, so it bounced up. Bitcoin, I'm talking about Bitcoin, obviously, and it just hasn't fallen to a place where it's scary, whereas everything else is in a scary place, which might give you a point there.
All right, who's doing NASDAQ? Me?
No, did you do the last chart? Yeah, I think I'm doing it. There we go.
I'll look at NASDAQ. Oh, I have mine. This is terrible. It is breaking towards the downside.
Yeah, so on the monthly, I see we are approaching support here at $18,031. So it still has a little bit ways to go, in my opinion, considering this is a fresh monthly as well. But you know, this area should at least give us definitely a bounce, and the trend is definitely still up. So we have to respect that and assume that, you know, basically any dumps into this zone is just an opportunity zone, as it's been basically since we reclaimed it. And this was on March of 2023. You know, just had you ignored the noise, you know, had your invalidation set up, but bidded this EMA 9 on the monthly, you know, that would have led to a nice 28% move, you know, before we almost tested it again. So big reactions come from this level. It's going to be interesting to see kind of where everything closes into the month. Interested to see actually how this weekly looks. So this weekly tells a different story. Yeah, the weekly is not looking too good. It closes in 3 hours and 24 minutes.
Bad.
Yeah, so the weekly here, I see it basically lost the 9 here, and now it's rejecting it badly. And this wick is very, this whole candle is very ugly. The hopium here would be that, you know, even if this candle loses it, just like it's done here and here, the idea would be it quickly gets bought up into the next week. You know, so like ideally maybe risk on gets a bit into the weekend, leading to next week. Ideally, hopefully we can get a recovery. You know, and this potentially could just play into the bull thesis that this was just a bear trap. But you know, we can't disregard the fact that the monthly is approaching support, which you know, does have more weight than the weekly, of course. Out of curiosity, here, when was this? This was in October of. Okay, let me see on this weekly. Yeah, so we see here right around that month too is when we lost it, kind of like here. And then this was on April 15th. So I'm interested to see how the monthly looked as well into April. Yeah, so April there did hold it. So you know, ideally that's kind of what the area I'm watching for. If you're bullish and you have a bull bias, there would be no reason why this area wouldn't hold to you. And this would just be a massive opportunity. You know, after basically making another higher high, rejected resistance, left a nasty candle leading to the expansion down. You know, you could argue we're basically just retesting it again, while also retesting the breakout level. Let me see here on the daily. The weekly looks terrible. So the daily is also,
it does.
Because the weekly looks so bad and because of how it's closing, you know, it's not looking good. That the only reason I say next week we really should get a bounce if you're bullish is because you know, losing the 9 and the 21, you can see price does not want to stay really below it a lot. That's often when for some reason, like the next week into it, we reclaim the 21. So that's something, if you're bullish, that'd be step one, that you essentially really want the next weekly closure to basically do, is assuming, right, like there's probably not going to be a massive pump. That's basically impossible, especially for this asset that we're looking at. So I'm assuming that this is definitely going to be closing under the 21. Next week, we just want to see a bounce and reclaim some levels like here and here. If we don't, it leads me to believe that we have a lot bigger correction than most people are realizing currently right now. And the reason I say it is just because of how the daily looks. Daily looks like it definitely can come down more to the $16,700 region. So what that would mean for the monthly closing, unsure, but something to watch, because that's a massive drop, and it would also break this low here. So that is just not good across the board. Keep in mind, though, this will keep moving up with price action, so there is some hopium there. But overall, yeah, not looking too strong. So the hour. Let me go to the 4-hour. So you can see here, after the 4-hour loss at EMA 100, basically a nice expansion down, leading to a rally up, flipping into resistance. All time frames are looking quite nasty on this. So, bulls really need to start stepping in no later than next week, in my opinion. If we start rejecting off this and the 9 starts coming down more, it's going to look nasty and bad. And, we don't want something where, we basically lose it and then start rejecting off of it. Only time we reclaim it leads to traps, leading to deviations, more lows. So ideally, we want just this scenario that we saw 2 times play out here and here, where, ugly candles, that was bad for 2 weeks, and then quickly got reclaimed, leading to the monthly closing not too bad. And the reason there is still hopium for the bull case is because we can't disregard the monthly and the fact that this is still in a nice uptrend. So, it's a waiting game, but watch where the weekly closes. The monthly is approaching massive support. If the weekly doesn't get that bounce in the next week, it's where I would not be surprised if we see the monthly dump into this monthly EMA 21, which is a nice confluence with this daily here. Daily EMA 100.
So I have a different version of this chart where a different type of analysis that hits on the same points as you are. So as you were saying, you want to share something, Farhan?
Yeah, I want to show you guys something on Bitcoin open interest.
Get at it.
So right now we have about 7.9 billion on 5.1 billion open interest on Binance and Bybit. But as you see on the open interest on these moves up, every time the price moved up, open interest moved up as well, which was telling you that there was buyers entering the market and people were longing all the way the way up. Each one of these things right here is liquidations. Every time we have a massive amount of liquidations, it marks like a significant area. Like we had liquidations here, we had liquidations on this one, massive liquidations. It either consolidates or it gets a move up from there. We had huge liquidations here. Right now, we're getting a very large amount of liquidations here, while we're getting open interest to consolidate a little bit. What I would want to see to point towards my thesis of the bounce over for crypto over the weekend, it's while price either consolidates like this or goes lower, we want to see this open interest ticking up. That's going to tell you that there's a lot of shorts that are entering the market on a massive liquidation wick, which usually the liquidation wicks mark extremities, like either tops or lows, at least for local tops or local lows.
Nice.
It's basically just looking at the money that's coming into the market while what price is doing.
Yeah, makes total sense. Everybody better fucking be on high alert for it. This is what I was saying about the NASDAQ. This is what I got. So I put it on this channel, and it's been on that channel. Let's see for how long. This is the monthly. It's been on this channel since February of 2016, and you saw it's respected it quite well, etc. Right? And then I had this meme line drawn right here that goes up into the price. This is monthly. So it's really simple, right? The first area that we all agree it's going to come and check out. It's going to be this support at 18,042, which is, I think, close to your 1830 something, right?
Yeah, 1831.
So most likely, and this is what we're saying, this is going to hit here and probably have a little mercy bounce. But the reality is it kind of feels like it's going in this direction. Either way, it's right here. And now look, when I put the mean lines, you can see how interesting this is. Whereas on the weekly, it goes to the medium of the channel, right? Which is in the 14,510. That's a 25% drawdown from where we at right now. That would be huge, huge, huge for all markets if that's the case. If obviously this is going to continue to go up, but as time goes up, the trend line also goes up. So we'll see how that moves. On the daily, let's look at this on the daily. Now it's a different story. Now this is coming up, and this is going to be like the area of support. That's what it's on the shorter time frame showing us. So we'll see. Either way, I just wanted to show you that.
Yeah, no, clean, honestly. I mean, even if it goes to that level, which it seems like we both have, right around that $16,700 area, massive drop still from there too, 8.7%. So, yeah, that's a clean chart. Nice confluence with that 18,031, 18,040 level.
Yeah, it's so interesting how doing different things we get to certain measurements that are to certain results that we basically look at and they're the same. It's fucking crazy. But like you're saying, that's a higher probability of that being actually the right move. So we'll follow it.
No, yeah, right. No, those plays too often those have made me always the most amount of money when me and Farhan are on par together. Plus we have, like in this example, me and you have two levels, different systems, and it's also getting confirmed with that monthly EMA 9 too.
Yeah.
So that's just nice.
Incredible. Vale, pues estamos viendo el NASDAQ 100 y lo que hemos visto esta es una tabla semanal. Hemos estado en este canal desde el 2016, para que tengan una idea, desde febrero del 2016. Lo hemos estado entre arriba, abajo, tocando la parte alta del canal. Puse esta línea acá para ver si esto para mí es una resistencia y un soporte importante. Lo estamos rompiendo en este momento a la baja. Creo que lo pueden ver acá. Aquí está. Este cierre también nos lleva a más o menos esta zona de los 18,000. La zona de los 18,000 es importante. En este momento, si estás viendo la semanal, acabas de perder el EMA 9, veniste a ver qué onda, te rechazó, luego pasaste como si fuera nada el EMA 21 y aparte rompiste el soporte de esta línea. Son tres cosas que te está diciendo que el precio quiere empujar a la baja, ¿ok? Ahora, si lo volteas a ver en la mensual, puedes ver cómo esto converge con el EMA 9 justamente aquí, alrededor de este nivel. Esto te dice que este nivel de los 18,000 y cacho es un nivel muy importante, el mismo trazado que tenemos acá con esta línea. Si llegas a romper eso para abajo, instantáneamente puedes darte cuenta que en la mensual, eso quiere decir a largo plazo, el EMA 21 está en los 16,440, lo que probablemente vaya a subir con el promedio de esto viniendo para abajo y te vayas a encontrar este nivel de soporte en los 16,972. Ahora, no cachas los 16,992 y estás viendo en la diaria lo que está pasando, pues, no, ¿cuál era la semanal? Sí. En la semanal puedes ver cómo el S&P 200 está por aquí en la media del canal y en la media del canal va para arriba porque es una tendencia alcista, y al igual que el promedio del S&P 200. Pero si pones un poco de atención, este es un nivel bastante importante para el precio. Hay mucha confluencia por acá, en los 4,700, 15,000 básicamente. Eso sería una caída de 20-25% más o menos de donde estamos ahorita en el NASDAQ 200. Se ve bajista. ¿Qué quieres hacer? Retomar estos niveles, retomar el 19,225 si eres alcista y tener uno o dos cierres semanales encima de eso para sentirte a gusto de que vas a rebotar al alza. También importante poder aguantar en esta zona de los 18,000 cerrados. Si puedes aguantar la zona de los 18,000, probablemente esto sea simplemente una bajada y un rebote encima para poder seguir siguiendo para arriba, pero de acuerdo a cómo se ve la cosa, se ve bastante bajista. All right. Farhan, you want to close on XRP? That's literally the only one. You're muted. The only thing
Again.
yeah, let's go. XRP. People want you hook them on a drug, and now they want that drug, and they want to know that this drug is really going to kill them. So that's where people's at. Exactly.
Couldn't have said it better, honestly.
Once you get that XRP hook, that XRP hit,
you're fucked.
You got to keep taking it.
You're totally hooked. Oh my God, it's actually bouncing on the weekly on everything except the SMA 200, which it got rejected from. Here, let's go.
Okay. Right here on the weekly, naturally we're getting a pullback right here because we hit extreme levels on the momentum, and we're getting a little bit of a move down right here. We're still above the moving average. As long as we're above the moving average right here, it's still okay. Whenever we lost it is when we started moving down towards the bottom of this blue zone. Right now, we're still within that. The still moving average is still pointed up, and we're still above it. Volatility is also still in the direction of the upside, so that's still supporting that this move to the upside is still valid. We have right here the jewel still on a buy signal, and it's pointed pretty sharply upwards, pretty vertical. Right now, price is finding a bottom at the top of the 38.2% level, this blue zone, which lines right up with this what do you call it? This Fibonacci level, this 23% level.
Mm-hmm.
What I don't like is right now we're forming a pretty massive bearish engulfing candle on the weekly.
Yes,
right along this meme line right here. We're rejecting this meme line and forming this candle. If it closes like this, what I would say, but this momentum still keeps pointing up and jewel keeps pointing vertical, is what I would say is that we would come back down. As long as right now we're still above this 21 and 55 EMA. They have not quite crossed yet to make a silver cross. But as long as we're closing weeklies above it on the next weekly open, it most likely will cross each other. At that point, we will still have this massive bearish engulfing candle. So we would most likely continue to go down. What the bulls want to see is when these cross, it moves up a little bit and lines right up with this bottom 38.2% level. At that point, I would say that would be the maximum opportunity zone for longs. You would long a test of this silver cross and this 38.2% blue level, and you would target this meme line right here for your right around because this diagonal line keeps moving up with every closure. So at that point, it's going to be right around this line right here. And you're going to have two different meme lines counteracting or crossing. Right around that zone is what I would look as my first TP. Close off like 25% of the trade there, maybe 50% if I'm not really feeling like holding the move up. Right now, based on the monthly and the quarterly, I am bullish on XRP. So I would close a minimal amount here, and I would actually target this top Fibonacci level here at 81.5 cents. But for right now, we still are about to have this silver cross. It's still looking okay. It doesn't. This weekly candle looks ugly, but as long as we have this silver cross in place and we have this jewel on the buy signal, that next downward move I'm thinking should be the opportunity zone. If we switch to
now, the opportunity zone will be probably where these moving averages are encountering themselves in the 53 cents, right?
Yeah, right around that 54, 53 cent level.
Yeah. Okay.
Right here, if you switch to the quarterly looks insanely strong right here. We after the 2022 bear market, we ended up going all the way down to the bottom of the blue zone. We broke below it. We tested the top of the blue zone. We rejected it. And now we're holding within the blue zone, and we're about to break above it. The 38.2% level is the zone where you want to see for breakouts to the upside or the downside. Right now, we're solidly above this 38.2% zone, and we're above this Fibonacci level. Let's see the oscillators. Right now, our momentum oscillators are pointed heavily towards the upside with volatility support. Based on a candle closure like this, I would say not only are we going up towards these previous highs over here, I would say we're easily going to go up to new all-time highs somewhere around these, not a new all-time highs, because we went up to $2 before. But I would look for $1.56 first as a rejection zone. Probably bounce back there, retest this golden pocket, and then I would look for a retest of all-time highs somewhere around $2. It wasn't nice. It wasn't on here. We only have the history from Binance because Binance only started it in 2018. This coin actually does go all the way back to the beginning. Like it was in the 2014 cycle too, I believe. So let me see if I can switch to a different exchange.
I have data to 2013.
Is that on which exchange?
XRP USD on Bitstamp.
All right, let's look at Bitstamp. No, I don't have the data. So Are you looking at the dollar pairing or the tether pairing?
Let me see. At the dollar pairing.
Oh, I see. That was my mistake. Yeah, I see. Because tether didn't come around
until you're right. You're right. Later. What a fucking idiot I am for never noticing that.
Nowadays, tether is like synonymous with crypto. We feel like we've had it forever.
Yeah, and we have not. There was a crisis. We needed it for a long time.
And right here, now that we have the actual data, we have the same thing where momentum is pointed up, and we have a target of the median right now. Right now, we are at the median. We're above it, actually. It's at 47 cents. We get any closure above here, and we have a buy signal on the jewel. First time we've ever had a buy signal on the XRP quarterly jewel in its entire history.
Wow.
Our first target would be this top 38.2% zone based off of a closure of the median. But because of how momentum looks and the jewel looks, we would have to target the 50% zone, which is currently sitting at $1.56, which is that same number we were looking at before. But on every single high time frame, to me, it's looking like XRP is on the verge of having an insane major breakout, because we have a 7-year symmetrical triangle that we're at the apex of, and we're about to break out. It's at the decision zone, and based off of all of my momentum indicators, I'm getting the signal that it's probably going to break to the upside. And if we can somehow manage to close above this quarterly above 64.2, we'd have a massive bullish engulfing on the quarterly. And then for sure, I'm guessing we'd have like a very, very big next monthly candle, not the quarterly, would be a huge move up. And then we might get a little bit of a rejection there, but I'm expecting follow through very soon after that, based on how this quarterly setup looks.
Very nice. Holy crap. This is insane, because I always thought XRP was the next Cardano.
It was for the longest time until it wasn't.
Until it wasn't.
But the difference that I like between XRP and most other shitcoins is that even though XRP does perform very heavily to the downside, it always makes like little bit higher lows on the highest term time frames.
Oh,
it's always keeping higher lows.
Yeah, it does. And it starts.
Right there at the apex.
It actually started from here in 2017 doing it. Like it's picked them up ever since. Yeah. This is March 2020, but you can literally pull it from here. Let me see if I'm right or not. Like literally right here, and make it go across this, and then eliminate this. There you have it.
And any close above that top diagonal line would be the breakout of that whole triangle right there.
So hang on. Look at this. Like this channel has been respected perfectly too. And then let me turn this on. Like beautiful. This is beautiful. I've seen a lot of beautiful charts, and this is one of the most beautiful ones for a breakout. Ok. Ahora sí. Ahí les va, y antes de prender esto, vamos a decir esto. Lo ve todavía alcista Farhan. Hay un nivel muy sencillo que todos podemos ver. Lo que le gusta mucho a Farhan de XRP es esta consolidación en este triángulo que estás viendo, que lleva literalmente desde el 2017 y de la parte de arriba el 2018. O sea, estás hablando de 4, 5, 6 años haciendo esto. Y normalmente al final de todo esto, y el final de este triángulo llega en febrero del 2025, hay una decisión que tomar para el precio. Y normalmente el empujón es muy volátil. Eso quiere decir que muy para arriba o muy para abajo. Has estado haciendo bajos más altos desde acá, desde el 2017, y puedes ver cómo va trepando, pero has estado haciendo altos más bajos desde acá. La cosa puede y tiene cara de cambiar. De acuerdo a todos los indicadores de volatilidad que tiene Farhan, y sobre todo en el time frame mensual, lo que tiene es una señal de compra en el Joule que nunca había tenido en la de 3 meses. Nunca había tenido una señal de compra, y sobre todo de ese tamaño XRP, Ripple. Entonces, voy a ponerle ahora los indicadores, pero lo voy a poner en la semanal porque esto nos da una excelente idea de que Venimos a pelearnos con el S&P 200, tuvimos un rechazo, pero ve, todos, el EMA 21, el 9 y el 100 están aquí en el área de 55, 54 centavos. La zona de máxima oportunidad es justamente esta, donde todo esto se está juntando y el precio va a venir a rebotar. Aquí es donde más jugo le vas a poder sacar. Tu primer objetivo está por ahí de los 70 centavos. Segundo objetivo, literalmente por aquí, más o menos en los 85. Tercer objetivo, los 94, y de ahí te vas al cielo. Es lo que estamos viendo con XRP en este momento, poniéndolo bastante sencillo para todos. ¿Dónde se invalida tu trade a la alza? Si pierdes esto. Si pierdes estos niveles y empiezas a ver que va bajando, porque esta vela sería una vela gigantescamente envolvente bajista si es que llega a romper esto, ahí cambias tu bias. Esta vela semanal tiene todavía 2 días y 7 horas para cerrar. Vamos a verlo en la diario para ponérselos enfrente a todos ustedes. En la diaria puedes ver, tienes esta vela de tope acá que vino justamente a tocar la parte alta del canal. Luego tienes esta vela que no es bajista envolvente porque no está cubriendo esto. Y acá tienes una continuación del movimiento y un buen soporte en el S&P 200. Cada que estás encima del S&P 200 tiene buenos pumps esta mamada, así que vamos a esperar a ver qué tal se da. Pero esto es literalmente todo lo que estamos viendo. All right, boys, I'm going to invite everyone else to the Discord one more time. Is there anything else you want to add before we go?
No, awesome. Great live stream. Always love tuning in. See you guys next week.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
love to see the continuation from the previous sessions of looking at the same charts and seeing it play through.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think as more time goes by, it gets more and more exciting. Acuérdense todos ustedes que aquí tienen el Discord, está en la descripción del video, por si quieren venir a platicar con Alex y con Farhan, los van a encontrar acá junto a su análisis en la parte de arriba, de abajo. Aquí en Partners tienen todos nuestros enlaces si están buscando un exchange que no necesite KYC, uno si necesita KYC y también para poder usar TradingView aquí lo tienen. Aquí vengan a decirnos hola, pónganos unos chart requests, pídanos tablas. Tenemos aquí también noticias y también, obviamente, todas las ganancias de la comunidad. Muchas felicidades a todos ustedes. Como el que no, llévense su lana, por supuesto que sí. Eso. 339% felicidades a este perro. Yeah, I'd say so. Así que muchas felicidades a todos ustedes. Les dejamos acá el enlace de Elite Trading Academy, no se lo pierdan, váyanse a dar la vuelta. Muchísimas gracias por acompañarnos. Cierre de semana, así que vamos a disfrutar. Boys, let's go. Get the fuck out of here, get fucked up and enjoy. Thank you so much for everything.
See you guys later.
See you guys later.
Mercy.